The cathedral doors slammed shut in my face with a finality that echoed through my bones. Through the stained glass, I could see the warm glow of candles surrounding Richard's casket while I stood in the February cold, locked out of my own husband's funeral. Staff enters through the back. Christopher had announced loudly, his hand firmly against the door, ensuring everyone inside heard him reduce me to hired help. This is for family only. 20 years of marriage, 20 years of raising him and his brother Daniel from angry teenagers to grown men. And this was my reward, standing on the church steps in my black dress while snow began to fall on the roses I'd brought. Roses from Richard's garden, the one we'd planted together our first spring as husband and wife. Behind Christopher, Daniel smirked, already checking his phone for the wire transfer he expected from his father's accounts. Dad would want it this way, he added, loud enough for the arriving guests to hear. Blood family only. I could have fought, could have made a scene that would have had every society page in Hartford buzzing. Instead, I turned and walked back to my car, my heels clicking against the icy pavement with quiet dignity. Let them have their moment of cruelty. They had no idea what was waiting. My name is Margaret Hayes, formerly Margaret Hayes Winters, and I'd spent 2 decades being called the gold digger by my Stepsons despite never taking a penny I didn't earn. Today, they were about to learn their father had been watching their treatment of me all along. In my Mercedes, parked strategically where I could see both the church entrance and the cemetery gates, Attorney William Brennan sat reviewing documents one final time. "Are you certain you want to do this today?" he asked gently. "We could wait." "They locked me out of this funeral, William," I said, my voice steady despite the tears freezing on my cheeks. "Richard predicted this would happen. That's why we prepared." I thought back to last week, when Richard had called William to the house for what his sons believed was a routine document review. Richard had been getting weaker from the cancer, but his mind remained sharp as a blade. We'd sat in his study, the same study where Christopher and Daniel had been counting down days, occasionally asking about paperwork with barely concealed anticipation. "I want to record it," Richard had insisted, his voice raspy but determined. "Every word. So there's no question about my mental state or my intentions." The video was 43 minutes long. Richard propped up in his leather chair, systematically explaining why his sons would receive nothing but memories and a mirror to examine their own consciences. The will they thought existed, the one leaving everything to them, had been revoked 6 months ago after I finally shown Richard the recordings. Yes, recordings. I'd started documenting everything after Daniel jokingly pushed me down the stairs 2 years ago, claiming I tripped. The security cameras Richard didn't know I'd installed captured not just that incident but dozens of others. Christopher stealing from my purse, Daniel bringing women to the house while Richard was at chemotherapy, telling them it was practically his already, both of them discussing their plans to have me removed from the property the moment Richard died. "Margaret is my wife, my partner, and the only person who truly loved me, not my money," Richard said in the video, his eyes blazing with the fury I'd rarely seen him display toward his sons. "She never asked for anything. Not the cars, not the jewelry, not even to be added to the company board. She worked as a teacher our entire marriage, despite my wealth, because she wanted her own purpose." Through the car window, I watched the funeral proceedings through the church's open doors. Christopher was at the podium now, delivering what appeared to be a heartfelt eulogy. I could imagine the words, devoted son, loving father, family legacy. All performance, no truth. "The house in Greenwich goes to Margaret," Richard's voice continued from the tablet William held. "The apartment in Manhattan, the cabin in Vermont, all to Margaret. The investment portfolio, the company's shares, the art collection, everything to my wife, who earned it through 20 years of patience, kindness, and unconditional love while being treated like an interloper in her own home." But Richard hadn't completely cut them off, and that's what made it brilliant. To Christopher and Daniel, he'd said, "I leave the exact amount of emotional support they gave Margaret. Nothing. The exact amount of respect, 0, and the exact amount of love they showed the woman who tried to be their mother, an empty account." The church bells began to ring, signaling the end of the service. The mourners would move to the cemetery now, where Richard would be buried in the family plot, the plot I'd maintained for 20 years, visiting his parents' graves when his sons couldn't be bothered. "They're coming," William noted, watching the church doors open fully. The funeral procession began forming, expensive cars lining up behind the hearse. I saw Christopher's wife, Patricia, already on her phone with what was undoubtedly a real estate agent. She'd been measuring rooms in my house last week when she thought I was at school. Daniel's girlfriend, a woman half his age named Brittany, was actually wearing designer sunglasses at a funeral, posing for selfies against the hearse. I stepped out of my car just as the procession was about to pass. Christopher saw me first, his eulogy red eyes narrowing with irritation. He whispered something to Daniel, who actually laughed, at his father's funeral. The procession moved slowly toward the cemetery section. I followed on foot, William beside me with his briefcase. Other mourners noticed me, some with sympathy, others with the gleeful anticipation of drama. Hartford society did love its scandals. At the graveside, I stood at the back while Christopher and Daniel positioned themselves at the front, the grieving sons accepting condolences with practiced sorrow. The minister spoke about family, about legacy, about love transcending death. Every word felt like mockery given what had transpired. As Richard's casket was lowered into the ground, Christopher stepped forward with a small speech. "My father was everything to us," he said, his voice carrying across the silent cemetery. "He built an empire from nothing, and we promised to continue his legacy." That's when I spoke up. "Which legacy would that be, Christopher? The one where he loved his wife, or the one where his sons conspired against her?" Every head turned. Christopher's face went from performance grief to genuine shock. "You shouldn't be here. This is a private." "This is my husband's funeral," I said, walking forward through the crowd that parted like the Red Sea. "The husband whose sons locked me out of the church. The husband who died holding my hand while you were at a casino in Foxwoods." "You gold digging," Daniel started, but William stepped forward. "Mr. Winters, I'd be very careful about defamation at your father's graveside," William said smoothly, "especially given what's about to happen." "Who the hell are you?" Christopher demanded. "William Brennan, senior partner at Brennan, Frost & Associates. Your father's attorney for the past 30 years. He pulled out the tablet. Your father left specific instructions for the reading of his will to take place immediately following his burial." Patricia actually gasped. "Here. Now." His exact words were, William read from his notes, "Let them celebrate my death where they buried my life, in public view, with nowhere to hide." Daniel laughed nervously. "This is ridiculous. We all know what the will says. Dad told us years ago, everything's split between his sons, as it should be." "That will was revoked 6 months ago," William announced, loud enough for all 50 attendees to hear. "Would you like me to read the new one, or would you prefer to watch your father explain it himself?" The blood drained from both brothers' faces. "What video?" Christopher managed. William turned the tablet toward the crowd and pressed play. Richard appeared on the screen, sitting in his study, wearing the Yale sweater I'd given him last Christmas. His voice, though weakened by illness, carried clearly across the cemetery. "If you're watching this, it means my sons have likely done exactly what I expected. They've barred Margaret from my funeral and are standing at my grave, counting their inheritance." Someone in the crowd gasped. Others pulled out their phones, recording this unprecedented scene. Richard continued, "Christopher, Daniel, you're watching this surrounded by people you've lied to about Margaret. You've called her a gold digger, a temporary inconvenience, someone you've removed from our lives the moment I died. What you never knew was that I heard every word. The baby monitor you never noticed in the library transmitted directly to my office. I heard you planning to contest any will that included her. I heard you laughing about pushing her down the stairs." Daniel's girlfriend started backing away from him. Patricia was sheet white, her phone hanging limply in her hand. "But the worst part," Richard's voice grew stronger with anger, "was when you told Margaret, the day I was diagnosed, that you were counting down the days, that you'd already picked out which of her things you'd throw away first. You made my wife cry in her own home while I was dying upstairs." The crowd was dead silent except for the wind through the bare trees and Richard's recorded voice. "So here is my final will and testament. To my wife, Margaret Hayes Winters, I leave everything. Every penny, every property, every possession. She alone showed me what love means, not love for money or status, but love that sits beside a dying man for 16 hours straight, reading him Yeats because she knows it's his favorite." Christopher lunged toward William, but 2 of the funeral home staff members restrained him. "This is fraud. She manipulated him. He wasn't in his right mind." Would you like to see the psychiatric evaluation from last week? William asked calmly. Or the 3 witnesses who aren't family members? Or perhaps the notarized documents signed in the presence of a judge? The video continued. To Christopher and Daniel, I leave my complete disappointment. You had 20 years to accept a woman who tried to love you despite your cruelty. She attended every graduation, every birthday, every achievement, while you couldn't even pronounce her name correctly at family dinners, calling her Margaret like she was the help instead of Mom, or even Maggie. I stood perfectly still, snow gathering on my black coat, as Richard delivered his final blow. The trust funds you've been living on for the past decade, they were actually funded by Margaret's inheritance from her mother. Money she put into the family accounts because she believed in us as a family. Every vacation you took, every car you drove, every investment in your failed businesses came from the woman you called a gold digger. This was news even to me. I'd never tracked where my mother's money went after I added it to our joint accounts. Richard had, apparently. Daniel fell to his knees beside the grave. Whether from shock or performance, I couldn't tell. Christopher was screaming at William about lawsuits, about mental capacity, about undue influence. The crowd was dispersing, phones out, the scandal already spreading through Hartford's elite network. There's more, William said quietly, though his voice carried. Your father also discovered the embezzlement. Both brothers froze. $500,000 siphoned from the company over 3 years. He has all the documentation. You have 2 choices. Accept the will gracefully and walk away, or contest it and face criminal charges. Patricia grabbed Christopher's arm. We're leaving. Now. Daniel's girlfriend was already in her car, engine running. As the brothers were led away by their partners, the cemetery grew quiet. Only William and I remained at Richard's grave, the fresh earth dark against the snow. He wanted me to give you this, William said, handing me a letter with my name and Richard's shaking handwriting. I opened it slowly, my hands trembling. My dearest Maggie, if you're reading this, then they've shown you exactly who they are, and you've shown them exactly who you've always been. A lady with more grace than they deserved. I'm sorry I didn't protect you better. I'm sorry I let my guilt over their mother's death blind me to their cruelty toward you. You gave me 20 years of happiness I didn't deserve after failing as a father. You loved boys who rejected you with a patience I could never understand. You stayed when anyone else would have left. The money means nothing compared to what you gave me. Use it to live the life you sacrificed for us. Travel to those places you marked in your atlas. Open that school for underprivileged children you've dreamed about. Be free of the winter's name if you choose. You've earned your wings. All I love, Richard. P.S. I had the locks changed on all the properties yesterday. The new keys are in William's briefcase. Christopher and Daniel's belongings will be delivered to their current addresses tomorrow. I laughed through my tears, a sudden surprise sound in the quiet cemetery. Even dying, Richard had thought of everything. There's one more thing, William said, pulling out his phone. Christopher and Daniel are at the house right now, trying to get in. Would you like to see the security footage? On the screen, I watched my Stepsons frantically trying their keys, then attempting to break in through windows, all while a police car pulled up behind them. Richard had apparently called in a trespassing alert to activate upon his death. Mrs. Winters, William asked gently, what would you like to do now? I looked at Richard's grave, covered with roses from his own garden, then at the cathedral in the distance where I'd been denied entry. 20 years of rejection, of cruelty, of being treated as less than family. And through it all, Richard had been watching, documenting, planning this moment. I want to go home, I said simply. To my home. And tomorrow, I want to start the Margaret Hayes Foundation for Blended Families. No step-parent should ever stand locked out of their own family. As we walked back to the car, my phone buzzed with messages. The video had already gone viral. Billionaire's sons exposed at funeral was trending. Christopher and Daniel would spend the rest of their lives known as the sons who locked their stepmother out of their father's funeral, only to lose everything to the woman they'd rejected. But I didn't care about their humiliation. I cared that Richard had seen me, really seen me, and valued what I brought to his life. The money was just numbers in an account. The real inheritance was knowing that love, patient, kind, steadfast love, had won in the end. The cathedral bells rang again as we drove away, this time sounding less like an ending and more like a beginning. Behind us, Richard rested in peace, having delivered the justice he couldn't in life, And ahead of me lay a future where I was no longer anyone's stepmother, no longer fighting for acceptance. I was simply Margaret, finally free, finally valued, finally home.
The crinkle of expensive wrapping paper was a sound I'd learned to associate with a specific kind of internal sigh. Tonight it was Sarah's turn again. My cousin, Sarah, radiant at 32, sat cross-legged on the plush rug in front of the fireplace, a halo of fairy lights around her, perfectly framed for the inevitable Instagram story. Her fiancé, Cash, 35, watched her with an indulgent smile, a smile that probably cost him a small fortune in orthodontics and even more in bad investments, though no one else in the family seemed to notice the latter. Before I continue, comment your country or city. I love seeing where my stories land. I, Audrey, 30 years old and currently wedged at the very end of the longest couch, felt the familiar ache in my lower back. It was Christmas Eve, and the air was thick with pine and the cloying scent of my Aunt Carol's potpourri. My mother, Stacy, 58, was already on her second glass of Chardonnay, her laugh a little too loud. My father, Lonnie, 61, was nodding along to whatever Guy, Sarah's father, and my uncle, 55, was pontificating about. My sister, Taylor, 33, was glued to her phone, occasionally glancing up to offer a curated smile. This was my family. And I was, as always, the quiet observer. Sarah tore into the paper with theatrical glee. "Oh my God, Cash! What is it?" she shrieked, her voice hitting a frequency only dogs and I could truly appreciate. She pulled out a small, heavy box, then a velvet pouch, inside a set of gleaming silver keys. But it was the large, glossy photo beneath them that made the family gasp. A sprawling modern lake house, all glass and cedar, nestled on a pristine shoreline. "It's yours, babe," Cash said, his voice smooth, practiced. "The deed is inside. 720,000, all for you." A chorus of oohs and ahs erupted. My mom clapped, forgetting her wine glass for a moment. My dad actually put down his phone. Even Taylor looked up, a flicker of something that might have been envy crossing her face before she rearranged it into a congratulatory grin. Sarah squealed, throwing her arms around Cash. "It's perfect! It's everything I ever wanted." I just watched, a small, almost imperceptible smirk playing on my lips. 720,000. A nice round number. A very public number. My mind drifted, as it often did at these gatherings, back to my own birthday, a few months prior. It had been a sweltering July day, my 30th, and my mom had insisted on a small family barbecue. "Just us, honey. You're not one for big fuss," she'd said, which was her polite way of saying no one else really cared enough to show up. The chicken wings were cold by the time we ate, forgotten on the picnic table. The cake, a sad, store-bought vanilla, had been half eaten before anyone remembered to sing. And my gift? A shiny new air fryer. I'd recognized the wrapping paper immediately. It was the same paper my Aunt Carol had used for the casserole dish she'd given my mom last Christmas. A regift. From a relative who barely remembered my name. I'd just smiled, thanked them, and later, quietly sold the air fryer online. It was a pattern, one I'd learned to expect. Sarah, the golden child, always got the grand gestures, the thoughtful presents, the effusive praise. I got the hand-me-downs, the polite nods, the dry compliments about being so practical. Practical. It was the word they used to box me in, to explain away my quietness, my lack of flashy charm. It was the word that excused their neglect. I'd spent years internalizing it, letting it wound me, letting it push me further into the shadows. But I was done being the invisible one. I was done being practical for their convenience. I'd learned to be practical for myself in ways they could never imagine. From my perch on the couch, I took a slow sip of my lukewarm, sparkling cider, the bubbles doing little to cut through the cloying sweetness in the air. Sarah was still gushing, holding up the keys like a trophy. Cash was beaming, soaking in the admiration. The family was captivated, lost in the shimmering fantasy of a new, expensive lake house. "It's beautiful, Sarah," I said, my voice flat, almost lost in the din. No one really heard me. No one ever did. But that isn't the lake house that matters. The quiet hum of the family's conversation, punctuated by Sarah's delighted giggles, faded into a distant echo. My mind had already jumped ship from the present Christmas Eve chaos, sailing back to a time when the only thing I was building was a formidable wall around my own expectations. It started ironically with the pandemic lockdowns. While everyone else was baking sourdough and doom scrolling, I, Audrey, then 27, found myself with an unexpected surplus of time and a small but significant stimulus check. My mom, Stacy, 55 at the time, had scoffed when I mentioned looking into online courses. Practicality, Audrey, not pipe dreams, she'd said, which was her polite way of saying no one else really cared enough to show up. Yep, but I wasn't looking for pipe dreams. I was looking for patterns. I started with basic real estate investment courses, then devoured everything I could find on property law, distressed assets, and market trends. I used that stimulus money as seed capital, forming a generic sounding LLC, AW Holdings, to keep my activities off the family's radar. They'd never understand. They'd just find a way to minimize it, or worse, ask for favors. My first flip was a tiny, neglected bungalow in a less than desirable part of town. It had good bones, a solid foundation, and a price tag that made even the most optimistic investor wince. I spent my weekends there, learning to spackle, to paint, to see past the grime to the potential. I learned to spot the undervalued, the overlooked, the properties everyone else dismissed, just like me. While I was quietly building my little empire, the family was publicly tearing itself apart over Grandma Eleanor's estate. Eleanor, who had been 85 when she passed 5 years ago, had been cunning in life and even more so in death. She'd played favorites, dangled promises, and then, in a final, dramatic flourish, left no will. None. Just a messy, tangled web of verbal agreements and perceived slights. The ancestral lake house, the one everyone had always assumed would stay in the family, became the epicenter of the storm. My uncle, Guy, Sarah's father, 50, had been the loudest, convinced Eleanor had promised it to him. My own parents, Lonnie and Stacy, had joined the fray, though more quietly, hoping to secure some piece of the pie. Lawsuits flew like confetti, accusations, screaming matches, family gatherings turned into battlegrounds. It dragged on for 2 years, ugly and public, until the courts finally ruled. With no clear heir and mounting legal fees, the lake house, that symbol of our family's supposed legacy, was sold into private hands to cover the costs. It was gone, or so they thought. I was 27 when I heard the news. The property, along with a few others, had been scooped up by an obscure holding company. Most people would have moved on, but I wasn't most people. I had learned to track. I used my alias, LLC, my quiet network, and my growing expertise. It took another year, but I found the new owner. They were looking to offload a portfolio of properties, including the lake house, as part of a larger, complex package deal. It was undervalued, neglected, and a logistical nightmare for them. For me, it was an opportunity. I closed the deal last year when I was 29. It wasn't easy. It required significant capital, more than I'd ever risked before. But I had it. I had built it, brick by painstaking brick, flip by quiet flip. The irony wasn't lost on me. While Cash, Sarah's fiance, was busy making questionable investments and buying flashy, over-leveraged properties, I was accumulating real assets, real equity. Cash. He was another layer to this whole thing. I'd known him years ago, briefly at a college mixer. I was 18, fresh out of high school, trying to blend in. He was 23, already carrying himself like he owned the place, even if his family money was more old than abundant. He'd cornered me, asking about my family, specifically about Eleanor and the lake house. He'd been surprisingly direct, fishing for details about the property, its value, who was likely to inherit. I'd brushed him off, uncomfortable with his probing questions. He'd clearly tried to memory hoover that entire conversation, that entire interaction, from his mind. He probably didn't even remember me, the quiet, invisible cousin. I paid cash. Literal. Cash. You think I missed the irony? The drive to my parents' house on Christmas Eve morning was quiet, the streets already hushed with the promise of snow. I, Audrey, 30, pulled my car into their familiar driveway, the same one I'd backed out of countless times over the years, each departure a quiet escape. My mom, Stacy, 58, opened the door before I even knocked, her face flushed with holiday cheer and, I suspected, an early glass of wine. Audrey, darling. You made it, she chirped, pulling me into a tight hug that smelled of cinnamon and her signature perfume. Taylor called. She's running late, but she'll be here for dinner, of course. I nodded, already knowing. My older sister, Taylor, 33, had texted me an hour ago, a quick, breezy message about last minute holiday chaos and, so sorry, lunch is a no go. It was a familiar dance. We'd planned this lunch for weeks, a rare attempt at sisterly bonding, but Taylor's priorities had shifted years ago. She'd drifted slowly, almost imperceptibly, into the popular inner circle of the family, Sarah's orbit. Now her apologies felt more like polite dismissals. No worries, Mom, I said, stepping inside. The house was already warm, decorated to the hilt, a stark contrast to the quiet practicality of my own apartment. My dad, Lonnie, 61, was in the living room, attempting to untangle a string of lights. He offered a distracted wave, while my mom bustled in the kitchen, already stressing about the Christmas dinner spread. My thoughts drifted to Taylor's last phone call. It had been a few days ago, after Sarah's engagement announcement had gone viral within the family group chat. Taylor had called, ostensibly to catch up, but the conversation had quickly veered to Sarah's new lake house. Can you believe it, Audrey? Taylor had gushed, though her tone held a subtle edge. 720,000. It's huge, so modern. Sarah's already talking about a full reno, turning it into some kind of wellness retreat. Honestly, you wouldn't even know what to do with a house like that. I just hummed in response, a noncommittal sound. Taylor had always been good at wrapping her critiques in what sounded like concern or observation. You wouldn't know what to do with a house like that. The implication was clear. I was too practical, too small scale, too me to handle anything so grand. I'd simply smirked, a private internal reaction she couldn't see. She had no idea how much I knew about houses like that, or how many I'd quietly transformed. Later, while my mom was on the phone with Aunt Carol discussing the optimal turkey basting technique, I pulled out my phone. Sarah's social media was, predictably, a curated masterpiece of holiday perfection. Her latest post, titled Engagement on Ice, featured her and Cash, bundled in matching designer scarves, sipping hot cocoa in front of a perfectly decorated tree, the caption hinting at exciting new beginnings at the lake house. Every photo was a testament to her inflating ego, a performance for an audience of adoring followers, and more importantly, our family. It was all about the optics, the dazzling display of wealth and effortless charm. I scrolled past, a dull ache in my chest. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly. It was the exhaustion of always being the shadow, the quiet one, the one whose achievements would never be celebrated with such fanfare, even if they dwarfed Sarah's. Just as I was about to put my phone away, a notification popped up. An email from a sender I recognized, the lawyer who had handled the complex multi-property deal for the ancestral lake house last year. My heart gave a little lurch. He rarely contacted me directly unless it was important. I tapped it open. The subject line was innocuous. Follow-up on previous transaction. But the body of the email was short, almost cryptic. Audrey. Just a quick note. We recently closed a few more deals in the region, and it brought back some memories of your particular acquisition. It seems your intuition about discretion was well founded. Family shouldn't be trusted around titles, it seems. Best. Lawyer's name. I read it twice. Family shouldn't be trusted around titles, it seems. What did he mean? What had the family tried to hide? A cold prickle ran down my spine, not of fear, but of a dawning realization. They hadn't just fought over the lake house, they had tried to manipulate its fate even after it was gone from their grasp. It added another layer to the quiet fury simmering inside me. The matte black wrapping paper felt cool and smooth under my fingertips. I'd chosen it deliberately, a stark contrast to the glitter-bombed, ribbon-laden packages that would inevitably dominate the Christmas Eve festivities at my parents' house. This wasn't a gift for anyone else, this was for me, a culmination. A declaration. I carefully folded the edges, the crisp lines a reflection of the precision I'd applied to everything leading up to this moment. By the time I arrived for dinner, the house was a symphony of boisterous laughter and clinking glasses. My mom, Stacy, 58, was already flushed, directing traffic in the crowded living room. My dad, Lonnie, 61, was attempting to carve the ham, looking vaguely overwhelmed. Sarah, 32, was, predictably, the gravitational center, her engagement ring flashing as she animatedly recounted some anecdote about wedding planning. Her gifts, wrapped in shimmering gold and silver, were stacked high on the coffee table, a glittering monument to her status. I placed my small, sleek black package on the edge of the overflowing gift table, a makeshift overflow bench near the coat rack. It was quickly nudged further down, almost out of sight, by a gaudy, oversized Santa figurine, just as I expected. My gifts, like my presents, were always relegated to the periphery. The familiar sting, a dull ache I'd carried for years, flared. It wasn't just about the gifts, it was about every family gathering, every quiet achievement of mine that went unnoticed, every loud, public celebration of Sarah's most mundane successes. My mind drifted back, as it often did these days, to my last Christmas with Grandma Eleanor. I was 25 then, and she was 80. She was already frail, her sharp mind occasionally clouded, but her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, still held a knowing glint. We were sitting in her sunroom, away from the main family chaos, sipping weak tea. She'd always had a soft spot for me, the quiet one, perhaps because she saw something of herself in my observational nature. "You're too observant, Audrey," she'd said, her voice raspy, her gaze fixed on me. "You see everything. The cracks, the favoritism, the way people move. They don't like that. One day, they'll resent you for it." She'd paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "But it's also your greatest strength. Don't ever forget what you see." Her words had echoed in my head for years, a quiet prophecy. I had seen everything. I had seen the family tear itself apart over her estate, over the very lake house they now claimed was theirs by right. I had seen their greed, their hypocrisy, their endless capacity for self-deception, and I had seen the lawyer's cryptic email this morning. Family shouldn't be trusted around titles, it seems. What exactly had they tried to do? It gnawed at me, adding fuel to the fire. Tonight, it wasn't just about resentment, it was about justice. Not just for me, but for the quiet, overlooked truth. It wasn't revenge, not in the petty, vindictive sense. It was a rebalancing, a reckoning. As dinner was finally served, the usual scramble for the best cuts of ham began. My cousin, Victoria, 29, a quiet ally who usually kept her head down, subtly slid a generous slice of ham onto my plate, along with an extra scoop of mashed potatoes. She leaned in, her voice a low whisper, almost lost in the din. "They're ridiculous today." I offered her a small, genuine smile. Victoria understood. She saw it too, even if she rarely spoke up. Across the table, amidst the clamor, I felt a pair of eyes on me. I looked up, and my gaze locked with Cash's. He was holding a glass of champagne, mid-toast to Sarah, but his eyes, for a split second, were wide, almost panicked. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to admire the Christmas tree lights, but not before I caught the flicker of something nervous, something like recognition, like he'd seen a ghost. He remembered. Of course he did. He remembered that college mixer. He remembered trying to pump me for information about Eleanor's estate, and now he was about to realize just how much that forgotten interaction was about to cost him. The moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. After a lavish Christmas dinner that felt more like a competitive eating event, the family migrated back to the living room, buzzing with anticipation. The mountain of gifts under the tree, mostly Sarah's, seemed to shimmer under the soft glow of the fairy lights. My own small matte black package remained forgotten on the overflow bench. A quiet sentinel. Cash, 35, cleared his throat, drawing all eyes to him and Sarah. He reached for a large, perfectly wrapped box, adorned with a discreet Nordstrom bow. Sarah, 32, giggled, her hand flying to her mouth in mock surprise. This was her element, the spotlight. "All right, darling," Cash said, his voice resonating with practiced charm. "This one's special." Sarah tore into the paper with a dramatic flourish, eliciting gasps and murmurs from the assembled family. Inside, nestled in layers of tissue, wasn't just a deed, but a framed professional photograph of the modern lake house she'd unwrapped the keys to earlier. Beneath it, a crisp, official looking document, the deed. Oh, Cash! Sarah shrieked, her voice reaching peak decibels. It's real. It's really ours. My mom, Stacy, 58, clapped her hands together, a wide, almost tearful smile on her face. My dad, Lonnie, 61, nodded approvingly, a rare display of genuine engagement. My uncle, Guy, 55, let out a booming laugh. Even Taylor, 33, put down her phone to beam at Sarah, a genuine, unadulterated admiration in her eyes. The room erupted in a chorus of congratulations, a wave of pride washing over the family. $720,000. It was a number they could grasp, a tangible symbol of success, of the kind of life they believed was aspirational. I watched it all, a quiet, almost detached observer. Sarah, dazzling and performative, held the deed aloft like a trophy. She was utterly, tragically unaware. My mind, however, was already dissecting the gift, not for its emotional value, but for its practical implications. I'd done my homework, of course. Not on this lake house, not specifically, but on the kind of properties Cash tended to invest in. I knew the market. I knew the red flags. 720,000, I thought, a small internal smirk forming. It's not even livable yet. I'd seen the listings for similar properties in that development. They were new builds, often rushed, and this particular one had been on the market for months, struggling to sell. Mold in the rafters, probably, shoddy insulation, over-leveraged. The price tag was just a down payment on the headaches to come. They'd bleed on winter repairs, on the inevitable structural issues, on the cost of making it truly habitable. It was a showroom, not a home. A snow globe, pretty to look at, but fragile and impractical. Cash, meanwhile, was soaking in the adulation, his chest puffed out, accepting pats on the back from my dad and uncle. His gaze, however, kept flicking towards me, quick, nervous glances that he immediately tried to hide. He knew I was here. He knew I was watching. He knew something was off. The charged moment from earlier, when our eyes had met across the dinner table, still hung in the air, a silent acknowledgement of our shared, unspoken history. He remembered that college mixer, my quiet presence, his probing questions about Eleanor's estate. He remembered trying to memory hoover me. My confidence wasn't loud or flashy like Sarah's. It was internal, measured, built on years of quiet, meticulous work. I didn't need their applause. I didn't need their validation. I just needed them to finally see. Sarah, still basking in the glow, suddenly turned her radiant smile in my direction. Her eyes, usually dismissive, held a flicker of something I couldn't quite place. Perhaps a touch of pity, or maybe just the sheer, unbridled joy of her moment. She raised the deed slightly, a gesture of magnanimity. Maybe one day, Audrey, she said, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear, a sweet, condescending tone dripping from every word. You'll get yourself something cute like this, too. The air in the living room was thick with the lingering scent of roasted ham and the saccharine sweetness of Sarah's triumph. She was still holding the framed deed to her new shiny lake house, basking in the collective glow of family admiration. Her earlier comment, maybe one day, Audrey, you'll get yourself something cute like this too, hung in the air, a final patronizing flourish. I, Audrey, 30, felt a strange calm settle over me. The moment was here. I pushed myself up from the end of the couch, my movements slow and deliberate, drawing no attention. Everyone was still focused on Sarah, on Cash, on the shimmering promise of their future. I walked across the plush carpet, past the festive decorations, past my parents, Stacy and Lonnie, who were still caught in the afterglow of Sarah's announcement. My mom, 58, was mid-sentence, gesturing with her wine glass. My dad, 61, was nodding, a faint smile on his face. I reached the lopsided gift overflow bench near the coat rack. My small, matte black box, pushed almost out of sight by the oversized Santa figurine, sat waiting. It looked almost insignificant next to the remnants of Sarah's extravagant wrapping. I picked it up, feeling its familiar weight in my hands. A few family members, perhaps sensing a shift in the room's energy, glanced over. My sister, Taylor, 33, looked up from her phone, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Victoria, 29, caught my gaze and offered a small, knowing nod. Cash, 35, who had been trying to avoid my eyes all evening, suddenly froze, his champagne glass halfway to his lips. He'd seen the box. He'd seen the black wrapping, and something in his expression told me a cold dread was beginning to seep into his carefully constructed composure. I didn't rush. I took my time, peeling back the crisp, matte black paper, revealing the plain white box beneath. My fingers were steady, betraying none of the exhilarating tremor that ran through me. The silence in the room began to deepen, a subtle shift from the earlier boisterousness. People were starting to notice. I opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of black tissue paper, was a single, official-looking document. I reached in, my fingers brushing against the heavy paper. I pulled it out slowly, deliberately, holding it up for everyone to see. It wasn't a photograph. It wasn't a set of keys. It was a deed. The ancestral lake house. The one Grandma Eleanor, 85, had died without a will for sparking years of bitter family feuds. The one that had been sold off to private hands to cover legal fees after 2 years of lawsuits. The one my uncle, Guy, 55, had loudly claimed was promised to him. The one they all thought was gone forever. It was right there, in my hand. The legal document, crisp and official, bearing the property's full address, the land parcel numbers, and the undeniable, irrefutable proof of ownership. And at the bottom, in bold, clear print, was the name of the legal owner, Audrey Wade. The room went utterly silent. Not a quiet hum, but a deafening, absolute silence that seemed to suck the air out of the room. The flickering candlelight on the mantelpiece seemed to waver, casting long, dancing shadows. My parents, Stacy and Lonnie, were frozen. My mom's hand, mid-toast, was suspended in the air, her wine glass tilted precariously. My dad's jaw had gone slack. Sarah's radiant smile had vanished, replaced by a look of utter confusion, then dawning horror. Cash's face had drained of all color, his eyes wide and fixed on the document in my hand, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The value, though not explicitly stated on the deed itself, was known. The ancestral lake house. A property in a prime, coveted location. I had acquired it as part of a package deal, undervalued at the time due to its distressed status and the complex legal history that scared off most buyers. After the quiet strategic renovations I'd overseen, the current market value was easily $2.4 million. Not $720,000. $2.4 million. It was mine. Signed solely to me through AW Holdings, the alias LLC they knew nothing about. A wave of exhilaration washed over me, a powerful, almost dizzying rush. But beneath it, a strange, unexpected tinge of shame. This wasn't just a win, it was a public dismantling. Yet, the overwhelming power of the moment, the sheer, undeniable truth of it, eclipsed everything else. For years I had been invisible. Now I was impossible to ignore. I looked directly at my mother, Stacy, her face a mask of disbelief. Her hand finally dropped, the wine glass clinking softly against the table. Funny how practicality buys silence, I said, my voice cutting through the heavy quiet, clear and steady. The silence, thick and suffocating, lasted only a few agonizing seconds. Then it shattered. "What is this?" My uncle, Guy, 55, was the first to erupt, his face turning a furious shade of crimson. He lunged forward, almost knocking over a decorative reindeer. "That's impossible. That house was sold." "It's gone. It's a trick!" Sarah, 32, shrieked, her voice high-pitched and raw. Her earlier radiance had evaporated, replaced by a look of utter, bewildered outrage. She pointed a trembling finger at the deed in my hand. "Audrey, what is this sick joke?" My mom, Stacy, 58, finally found her voice, though it was barely a whisper. "Audrey, where did you... how..." My dad, Lonnie, 61, just stared, his mouth agape. "It's not a trick, Uncle Guy," I said, my voice steady, cutting through the rising cacophony. I looked directly at Sarah, then at Cash, 35, who was now visibly trembling. It's very real and very legal. But who sold it to you? Guy roared, stepping closer, his eyes bulging. That was Grandma Eleanor's house. It was supposed to stay in the family. Grandma Eleanor, 85, didn't leave a will, Uncle Guy, I reminded him, my tone even. And after 2 years of your lawsuits, the courts ruled it had to be sold to cover the legal fees. That was 3 years ago, remember? When I was 27. It went to a private holding company. I paused, letting that sink in. I bought it from them last year, when I was 29, as part of a larger portfolio deal. A collective gasp went through the room. You bought it? My mom stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. How? With what money? I didn't answer her directly. Instead, I turned my gaze to Cash, who was now trying to back away, melting into the shadows near the Christmas tree. And Cash here, I continued, my voice gaining a quiet power, knew all about it. Sarah's head snapped towards Cash. What? Cash, what is she talking about? Cash looked like a deer caught in headlights. Audrey, no, don't. Oh, he knew, I confirmed, ignoring Cash's desperate plea. He knew I was the buyer. Remember that college mixer, Cash? 12 years ago. I was 18. You were 23. You were very interested in Eleanor's estate, weren't you? Pumping me for information about the lake house, its value, who was likely to inherit. You tried to memory hoover that interaction, but I didn't. And when you found out AW Holdings was the buyer last year, you reached out, you put two and two together. Cash's face was a mask of pure terror. I didn't, I just, You threatened silence, didn't you, Cash? I pressed on, the words flowing out, cold and precise. You said you'd keep my identity as the buyer a secret from Sarah and the family in exchange for, what was it? Information on my real estate history? Tips on undervalued properties? You wanted to leverage my success for your own gain, without ever telling Sarah the truth. Sarah let out a choked sound, a strangled sob. She looked from me to Cash, her face contorting with shock and betrayal. Cash? Is this true? You knew? You knew Audrey bought that house? Cash couldn't speak. He just stood there, pale and sweating, caught in the glare of the family's accusing stares. You all ignored me, I said, sweeping my gaze across the stunned faces of my family. Emotionally, you always pushed me to stay small, to be practical, while you celebrated every flashy, superficial success of Sarah's. And legally, during the probate battle, you were so consumed by your own greed, so convinced you were owed something, that you didn't even bother to track what happened to the property after it was sold. You just assumed it was gone forever, out of reach. You never considered that someone quietly building something, someone you dismissed, might be the one to reclaim it. My Uncle Guy looked like he was about to explode. My mom had tears in her eyes, though whether they were for me or for the shattered illusion of her perfect Christmas, I couldn't tell. Sarah, publicly humiliated, betrayed by her fiancé, sank onto the nearest armchair, burying her face in her hands. The dazzling, performative facade had crumbled. She was devastated. I didn't gloat, not with a wide smile or a triumphant laugh, but the thrill, the deep, satisfying thrum of power was undeniable. It wasn't about tearing them down, not really. It was about standing up finally, in a way they couldn't ignore. A quiet voice broke through the tension. Good for you, Audrey. I turned. Victoria, 29, my quiet cousin, was standing a few feet away, her eyes shining with a mixture of awe and solidarity. She was the first to truly see it. I turned my gaze to my father, Lonnie, 61, who had always leaned towards Sarah's side because that's where perception sat. He looked utterly lost. Still think Sarah earned the house, Dad? I asked, my voice soft, but piercing. A week later, the silence was still deafening. Not the stunned silence of Christmas Eve, but a cold, brittle quiet that had settled over the family like a winter frost. My phone, usually buzzing with group chat notifications and passive-aggressive holiday memes, was eerily still. The family was fractured, splintered by the truth I'd unwrapped. My mom, Stacy, 58, had called once, her voice tight, asking if I was happy now. My dad, Lonnie, 61, hadn't called at all. Uncle Guy, 55, had reportedly gone on a tirade at Aunt Carol's house, convinced I'd somehow defrauded the family, despite the undisputed property records now showing my name, Audrey Wade, 30, as the sole owner of the ancestral lake house. Sarah, 32, had gone completely dark on social media. Her engagement on ICE posts had vanished, and her profile was private. The public humiliation of Cash's betrayal, coupled with the revelation of my ownership, had effectively shattered her carefully curated world. I heard through Victoria, 29, my quiet cousin, that Sarah had broken off the engagement. Cash, 35, had apparently packed his bags and left town, his bad investments and questionable ethics finally catching up to him. I was alone, but it wasn't the lonely isolation I'd felt for years. This was a peaceful solitude, a quiet satisfaction. The air in my apartment felt lighter, cleaner. The weight of being unseen, unheard, had finally lifted. The only direct contact I'd had was from my sister Taylor, 33. Her text arrived 2 days ago, short and to the point. "Did you really have to do it that way?" I'd stared at the message for a long time, the words hanging in the digital space. Taylor, who had drifted into Sarah's orbit, who had always judged my quiet practicality, was finally acknowledging me, even if it was with a critique. My reply had been immediate and honest. "It was the only way you'd all hear me." She hadn't responded, but she had read it, and that, for now, was enough. The following afternoon, I drove out to the lake house. It was a clear, bitterly cold day, the kind where the sky was a brilliant, unforgiving blue. The ancestral lake house stood majestic and quiet, nestled amongst the bare winter trees. Snow lay soft and undisturbed across the dock, a pristine, white blanket. The wind howled softly off the frozen lake, a mournful yet oddly peaceful sound. I unlocked the front door, the old wood groaning in protest. The house was empty, echoing with the ghosts of Christmases past, of family gatherings that had always felt more like performances. The air inside was frigid, carrying the faint, earthy scent of old wood and lake water. I walked through the silent rooms, the grand living area where Eleanor had held court, the dining room where so many tense holiday dinners had unfolded. It was all mine now, not just legally, but truly. I found myself in what used to be Eleanor's study, a small, cluttered room at the back of the house. It was just as I remembered it, dusty but untouched since the property had been cleared for sale. I pulled open a drawer in her old mahogany desk, half expecting it to be empty, but tucked away, beneath a stack of old yellowed tax documents, was a small brittle piece of paper. It was a receipt, dated nearly 10 years ago, for a significant repair to the lake house's old well pump, and at the bottom, scrawled in Eleanor's distinctive, elegant hand, were 2 words: "For Audrey." My breath hitched. 10 years ago, when I was 20, before the lawsuits, before the sale, before any of this. Eleanor, 85, cunning and observant, had known. She had seen. She had planned. The note wasn't a will, but it was a testament. A quiet acknowledgement from the one person who truly understood. I closed the drawer, the sound echoing in the silent room. The winter winds howled outside, a soft, mournful song. I looked around the empty, grand space, then out at the pristine, snow-covered lake. "Not revenge," I whispered, the words barely audible above the wind. "Return."
The first thing I noticed wasn't the black sedan in my driveway or the matching luggage stacked like a fortress on my front porch. It was the smiles. 2 women sat on my steps like they owned the place, wearing identical expressions of smug satisfaction that made my stomach drop faster than my C-section scar could throb. "My name is Esther, and I just brought my 3-day-old son home from the hospital." Micah was sleeping in his car seat, blissfully unaware that his grandmother and aunt had apparently moved in while we were gone. "Well, well," Morgan called out, rising from my porch swing with theatrical grace. "Look who finally decided to come home." I stayed in the car for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. My body still felt like it had been hit by a truck. My breasts were leaking through 2 nursing pads, and I hadn't slept more than an hour at a time in 72 hours. This was not the homecoming I'd imagined. Esther, dear, Morgan continued, her voice dripping with false sweetness. We need to talk. I got out slowly, every movement deliberate. Morgan, Ava, what are you doing here? Ava stood too, brushing invisible dust from her designer jeans. We're here to help, obviously. Someone needs to take care of that baby properly. I can take care of my own son. Can you? Morgan pulled a folded paper from her purse, waving it like a victory flag. Because Rory left very specific instructions about what should happen if you proved inadequate. My blood turned to ice. What are you talking about? He was worried, sweetheart, about your stability, your experience, your background. The way she said background made it sound like a disease. So he asked us to step in if necessary. I looked at the paper in her hands, then at their luggage, then at their faces. They weren't here to help. They were here to take over. Let me see that. Morgan held it just out of reach. It's all very official. Rory's signature, witnessed and notarized. He wants us to ensure little Micah gets the proper Emerson upbringing he deserves. The proper... I stopped myself. Getting angry would only feed their narrative. Instead, I walked to the car and carefully lifted Micah's carrier. He stirred but didn't wake. You see? Ava pointed at me like I was evidence in a trial. Look how tense she is. That baby can sense her anxiety. Babies cry when their mothers are unstable, Morgan added helpfully. It's basic child psychology. I walked past them to my front door, fishing for my keys. You need to leave. Oh, honey! Morgan's laugh was sharp as broken glass. We're not going anywhere. This is Rory's house and that's Rory's son. We have every right to be here. I turned around slowly. Actually, you don't. Something in my voice must have warned them, because their smiles flickered. I pulled out my phone with my free hand and opened the video app. Rory did leave instructions, very specific ones. The video started immediately. Rory's face filled the screen, wearing his dress uniform, looking directly into the camera with the serious expression I knew meant business. Mom, Ava, if you're watching this, it means you've ignored every boundary I've set and shown up at my house uninvited. His voice was calm, but steel hard. Let me be crystal clear. You are not welcome. You have no authority over my wife or my child. Any attempt to interfere with Esther's parenting or insert yourselves into our family will result in permanent no contact. Morgan's face went white. Ava's mouth fell open. The video continued. Esther is an excellent mother and the only person I trust with our son. If you have a problem with that, take it up with me when I get back. Until then, stay away from my family. I let the silence stretch for a long moment before speaking. He recorded this the day before deployment. Want me to play it again? Morgan snatched her purse and marched toward their luggage. This isn't over. Actually, it is. Ava scrambled to help with the bags, shooting me looks that could have curdled milk. You think you're so smart. I think I'm Micah's mother. They loaded their car in furious silence. Morgan slammed her trunk hard enough to make Micah jump in his carrier, and I instinctively stepped between them and my son. As their car reversed out of my driveway, Morgan rolled down her window. Her face was twisted with rage, all pretense of concern gone. You made this war, Esther. Don't cry when you lose. The sedan disappeared down the street, leaving me standing alone on my porch with my sleeping baby, and the sudden, terrible certainty that this was only the beginning. The knock came at 7:43 a.m. on a Tuesday, exactly 1 week after Morgan's threat. I was still in my pajamas, bouncing a crying Micah while trying to heat a bottle one-handed. Mrs. Emerson? The woman at my door wore a navy blazer and carried a clipboard. I'm Sandra Mills from Child Protective Services. We received a report about unsafe conditions in the home. My stomach dropped. I'm sorry, what? May I come in? This is just a routine welfare check. I stepped aside, acutely aware of the spit-up stain on my shirt and the dishes piled in the sink. What kind of report? Sandra's eyes swept my living room, taking notes. Anonymous tip. Concerns about neglect, unsanitary conditions, possible substance abuse. Substance abuse? My voice cracked. I'm breastfeeding. I don't even take Tylenol. The caller mentioned erratic behavior, inability to cope with motherhood, possible postpartum depression affecting the child's safety. I knew exactly who had made that call. Sandra spent 45 minutes going through my house with a fine-tooth comb. She checked the refrigerator, the medicine cabinet, Micah's nursery. She asked about my support system, my mental health, my husband's deployment. Everything looks fine here, she finally said. But I do need to document this visit. If we receive additional reports, there will be additional reports. The words came out flat and certain. Sandra paused at the door. Is there something you want to tell me? My mother-in-law doesn't approve of me. She's made that very clear. I see. Sandra handed me her card. Keep this. Document everything. If someone is filing false reports, that's a serious matter. The second visit came 3 days later. Different caseworker, same anonymous tip, this time about dangerous living conditions and maternal instability. I called my best friend Eliana that night. They're trying to build a case, she said without preamble. Eliana was a lawyer, and she didn't waste words. How many visits? 2 so far. Document everything. Times, dates, what they said, what they looked at. Start a digital journal. Cloud-based. Password protected. A journal? Trust me, if this escalates, you'll need proof of the pattern. I started writing that night, after Micah finally fell asleep. Day 10, post-hospital, second CPS visit. Caseworker named James Rodriguez. Same anonymous caller, claimed baby was crying excessively, and I was clearly overwhelmed. James spent 30 minutes here, said everything looked normal, asked about my support system again. Note, only people who know about Micah's crying patterns are Morgan and Ava. They were here for exactly 20 minutes last week. The harassment escalated quickly after that. My former teaching colleagues started getting calls. Esther! My old principal, Mrs. Davis, sounded uncomfortable. I had the strangest conversation today. Someone claiming to be your sister-in-law called asking about your mental health history. What did you tell them? Nothing, of course, but she was very persistent. Said she was concerned about your baby's welfare. I added it to my journal. Then my neighbors started getting visits. Hey, Esther. My next-door neighbor, Tom, knocked on my door Friday evening. Some woman came by asking questions about you. Said she was from social services. What kind of questions? Whether we'd heard the baby crying at odd hours, if we'd seen you acting strange, that sort of thing. I told her you seemed like a great mom to me. What did she look like? Blonde, well-dressed, driving a black sedan. Said her name was Morgan something. My hands started shaking. Did she show you any ID? Now that you mention it, no. She didn't. That night, I was feeding Micah in the living room when something caught my eye. A small red light blinking from the bookshelf. I put Micah in his bouncer and investigated. Hidden behind a picture frame was a tiny camera, no bigger than a USB drive. I called Eliana immediately. Don't touch it, she said. Take pictures of it in place, then carefully remove it. We need to document this. Someone's been in my house. When was the last time Morgan and Ava were there? Last week, but they never came inside. I stopped. Wait, Ava was here Monday. She said she wanted to apologize. Asked to use the bathroom. Bingo! I photographed the camera from every angle, then carefully extracted it. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it twice. The next morning, I found an envelope in my mailbox. No postmark, no return address. Inside were 3 photographs. Me sleeping in my bed, me nursing Micah in the nursery, me crying in the kitchen at 2 a.m. Someone had been inside my house. Multiple times. I stared at the photos, my heart hammering against my ribs. In the corner of each image was a timestamp, all taken in the past week, all taken after I'd changed the locks. I grabbed my phone and called Eliana. "They have a key," I whispered. "What?" "Morgan and Ava, they have a key to my house. We need to follow the money." Eliana spread financial documents across my kitchen table while Micah napped in his swing. "Morgan's not doing this for love. There's something bigger here." I poured coffee with shaking hands. "What do you mean?" "Think about it. The custody threats, the CPS calls, the surveillance. This is expensive, coordinated harassment. She's investing serious time and money into this campaign. So what's her return on investment?" Before I could answer, my doorbell rang. I peered through the peephole and saw a middle-aged man in a rumpled suit, looking nervous. "Mrs. Emerson, I'm Jose Lewis. I work with your mother-in-law's financial affairs." I opened the door cautiously. "Morgan sent you?" "Actually, no. She doesn't know I'm here." He glanced around nervously. "May I come in? There are things you need to know." Eliana appeared beside me. "I'm Esther's attorney. Anything you say to her, you can say in front of me." Jose nodded and stepped inside. "Morgan's been liquidating assets, significant amounts. She's also been asking questions about the Emerson Family Trust." "What kind of questions?" "Specifically, about guardianship provisions. What happens if something happens to Rory, who would control the trust on behalf of minor children?" My blood went cold. "How much money are we talking about?" "The trust is worth approximately $2.8 million. If Rory dies or is declared unfit, and if Morgan gains guardianship of his children, she would control those assets until they reach majority." Eliana leaned forward. "And if Esther maintains custody?" "Then she controls the trust as the surviving parent." "So, Morgan's not just trying to take my baby," I said slowly. "She's trying to take nearly $3 million. Jose nodded grimly. "There's more. She's been meeting with a family law attorney. I saw the invoices, emergency custody petitions, competency challenges, that sort of thing." "You're risking your job telling us this," Eliana observed. "Morgan's been asking me to do things that make me uncomfortable. Falsifying documents, moving money into accounts I can't trace. I won't be part of fraud." After Jose left, Eliana and I sat in stunned silence. "We need to get ahead of this," she finally said. "If Morgan's planning a custody grab, we need legal protection in place." "Like what?" "Emergency guardianship documents. If something happens to you, who do you want caring for Micah?" "You." "Good. We'll file the paperwork tomorrow. Also, I want you to call Rory." "He's deployed. Communication is limited." "Try anyway. If Morgan's planning to claim he's unfit or unreachable, we need recent contact documented." That evening, I managed to reach Rory through a scratchy video call. "Hey, beautiful. How's my boy?" "He's perfect. Rory, we need to talk about your mother." His expression darkened immediately. "What's she done now?" I told him everything. The CPS calls, the surveillance, the financial information from Jose. Jesus Christ. Rory ran his hands through his hair. I knew she was controlling, but this... There's something else. Jose mentioned you made videos before deployment, plural. Yeah, there are 2 more. One for you, one that's... well, it's insurance. What kind of insurance? The kind that ends my mother's games permanently. But Esther, you can only use it once. After that, there's no going back. Where are they? Safety deposit box at First National, box 247. The keys taped under the drawer in my desk. After we hung up, I found the key exactly where he said it would be. Small, brass, with a paper tag reading, "For when the time is right." My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Saw your lights on late. Everything okay? Your concerned neighbor." I looked out the window. The street was empty, but I had the distinct feeling of being watched. I texted back, "Who is this?" No response. An hour later, I was checking the locks for the third time when I heard a sound from the garage. A soft scraping, like someone trying to force the side door. I grabbed my phone and crept to the kitchen window. A figure in dark clothing was crouched by the garage door, working at the lock with some kind of tool. Even in the dim light, I recognized the blonde hair. Ava. I started recording video through the window, my hands trembling. She was wearing gloves and had a small bag of what looked like lock-picking tools. She got the door open and disappeared inside. I called 911. 911? What's your emergency? Someone's breaking into my garage. I can see them on my property right now. Are you in immediate danger? I don't know. I'm in the house with my baby. Officers are on the way. Stay on the line. 5 minutes later, police cars flooded my street with flashing lights. I watched from my window as 2 officers cornered Ava in my garage. She was holding a small device that looked like another camera. The police released Ava with a warning after she claimed she was checking on family property and had misplaced her key. No charges filed. The camera she was holding mysteriously disappeared from evidence. But I had my own recording. 3 days later, Ava showed up at my door, alone. No Morgan, no attitude, just red-rimmed eyes and shaking hands. "We need to talk," she said. I almost slammed the door, but something in her voice stopped me. She looked broken. "You have 30 seconds. Please. I know you recorded me in the garage. I know you could have me arrested. So I want to make a deal." I let her in, but kept my phone recording in my pocket. Micah was napping upstairs, and I wanted this conversation documented. Ava sat on my couch and immediately started crying. Not pretty tears, ugly, desperate sobs that shook her whole body. "I can't do this anymore," she choked out. "I can't keep hurting you." "Then stop." "You don't understand. She'll destroy me if I don't help her." "Who will? Morgan?" Ava nodded, wiping her nose with her sleeve. "She controls everything. My apartment, my car, my credit cards. She pays for my therapy, my medications, everything. You're 34 years old. And I haven't been financially independent since college." Ava's laugh was bitter. "Do you know why I never got married?" I waited. Because every time I got serious with someone, Morgan would find a way to sabotage it. She'd hire private investigators, dig up dirt, create drama. She convinced my last fiancé that I was cheating on him. "Were you?" "No. But she had photos of me with my male cousin at a family dinner, took them out of context, sent them to David with a note about my pattern of infidelity." "Why would she do that?" "Because married daughters leave. Single daughters stay dependent." Ava's voice cracked. "She's been doing it for years, isolating me, making sure I have nowhere else to go." I sat down across from her. "What does this have to do with me and Micah?" "Everything. You represent her worst fear, losing control of Rory. She thought he'd never find someone who'd stand up to her. So she decided to destroy me. She decided to prove you were unfit so she could take the baby and control the trust money. 2 birds, 1 stone. The CPS calls were you?" Ava nodded miserably. "She made me practice the script. Different voices, different stories, but always anonymous. She said it was for Micah's own good." "And the cameras?" "I installed them when I came to apologize. She said we needed evidence of your instability." I pulled out my phone and stopped the recording. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I found something." Ava reached into her purse and pulled out a folder. Morgan's been planning this for months, before Micah was even born. She handed me documents, printed emails, financial records, legal consultation notes. She's been moving money around, preparing for a custody battle. Look at this one. I read the email dated 2 months before Micah's birth. Need emergency custody petition template. Client believes daughter-in-law will be unfit mother due to postpartum depression and lack of family support. She was planning to claim I had postpartum depression before I even gave birth. She had the whole thing mapped out. The CPS calls were just phase 1. Phase 2 was supposed to be a mental health crisis that would justify emergency custody. What kind of crisis? Ava's voice dropped to a whisper. She was going to have me call 911 claiming you were threatening to hurt yourself and the baby. Then she'd swoop in as the concerned grandmother. My hands started shaking. When? Next week. She's already contacted the family court about expedited hearings. I stared at the documents, my mind racing. What do you want from me? Help me get out. I'll testify against her, give you everything I have, but I need protection. She'll cut me off completely if she finds out I'm talking to you. Why should I trust you? You've been terrorizing me for weeks. Because I have this. Ava pulled out her phone and played a recording. Morgan's voice filled my living room, crystal clear. The goal isn't to help that baby, Ava. The goal is to remove him from an unsuitable environment and ensure proper Emerson oversight. If that means exaggerating Esther's instability, so be it. The trust is worth nearly $3 million. That's Micah's inheritance, and I won't let some teacher from nowhere control it. I stared at Ava. You recorded your own mother? She's not my mother. She's my warden. Ava's voice was steady now. I want out, Esther, but I need your help to do it safely. Before I could respond, my phone rang. Morgan's name flashed on the screen. Ava went white. Don't answer it. I picked up anyway. Hello, Morgan. Esther, dear. I have wonderful news. Rory's unit has gone silent. No communication for 48 hours. My heart stopped. I know you must be worried sick. Perhaps it's time we discussed temporary arrangements for Micah's care, just until we know more. I looked at Ava, who was frantically shaking her head. I'll be right over, Morgan continued. We have so much to discuss. The line went dead. Ava was already gathering her papers. I have to go. If she finds me here... Wait! I grabbed her arm. Is it true? About Rory's unit? I don't know. She didn't tell me she was calling you. Ava's hands were shaking again. But Esther, if something really happened to him, she'll move fast. Emergency custody, claiming you can't cope with being a widow. I'm not a widow. She doesn't care. She just needs the appearance of crisis. Ava left through the back door, just as Morgan's black sedan pulled into my driveway. I barely had time to hide the documents before she was knocking. Esther, sweetheart. Morgan swept in wearing all black, like she was already in mourning. I came as soon as I heard. Heard what, exactly? About the communication blackout. 48 hours with no word. She settled onto my couch without invitation. These things usually mean, well, we have to prepare for the worst. Micah started crying upstairs. The sound cut through me like a knife. I should get him. Let me. Morgan stood quickly. You look exhausted, dear. When did you last eat? I can take care of my own baby. Of course you can, under normal circumstances. Morgan's voice dripped false sympathy. But grief affects judgment. Maternal instincts can become compromised. I went upstairs and brought Micah down, holding him close. He was fussy, arching his back and refusing to settle. Oh my! Morgan watched with calculating eyes. He's quite distressed. Babies sense their mother's emotional state, you know. He's fine. Is he? He seems inconsolable. Morgan pulled out her phone. I should document this. for his pediatrician. Put that away. Esther, I'm trying to help. If Rory doesn't come home, you'll need support. Family support. You're not my family. Morgan's mask slipped for just a moment. That baby is an Emerson. Emerson blood, Emerson legacy, Emerson inheritance. You may have carried him, but he belongs to this family. Micah's crying intensified. My milk let down, soaking through my shirt. I felt exposed, vulnerable, exactly how Morgan wanted me to feel. I think you should leave. I think we should discuss arrangements. Temporary guardianship, just until we know about Rory. She pulled out a folder. Legal documents, already prepared. This is just a precaution. It gives me authority to make medical decisions, handle emergencies. You'd still be his mother, of course. I looked at the papers. Temporary guardianship agreement, with Morgan's name already filled in. You had this ready. I had my attorney prepare it when I heard about the communication blackout. I knew you'd be too distraught to think clearly. How did you hear about it? I only found out an hour ago. Morgan's smile faltered. Military Wives Network. Word travels fast. What's the name of Rory's commanding officer? What? If you're getting updates through official channels, you'd know his CO's name. Morgan stood abruptly. I don't appreciate being interrogated in my time of grief. Your grief? He's my husband. He's my son. The words exploded out of her. I raised him. I shaped him. I made him the man he is. You've known him for 3 years. I've known him for 31. Micah's crying reached a crescendo. I bounced him, trying to soothe him, but my own stress was making everything worse. Sign the papers, Esther, for Micah's sake. No. You can't handle this alone. Look at yourself. Look at him. This is what happens when mothers are overwhelmed. My phone buzzed. Text message from unknown number. Don't sign anything. Help is coming. A friend. Morgan noticed me checking my phone. Who's texting you? No one. Let me see. Absolutely not. Morgan's phone rang. She answered immediately. What do you mean she's not there? Morgan's voice rose. Find her. Now. She hung up and stared at me with new suspicion. Where's Ava? How would I know? She was supposed to be home an hour ago. Her phone's going straight to voicemail. Maybe she's busy. Ava doesn't get busy without telling me. Morgan's eyes narrowed. What did you do? Nothing. You're lying. I can see it in your face. My doorbell rang. Morgan and I stared at each other. Expecting someone? She asked. I went to the door and peered through the peephole. A man in a suit stood on my porch, holding an official-looking envelope. Mrs. Emerson, I'm here to serve legal documents. Morgan went white. What documents? I opened the door. The process server handed me the envelope. Emergency custody petition, he announced. Court date is Monday at 9 a.m. Morgan snatched the papers from my hands. As she read, her face transformed from shock to rage. This is impossible. I didn't file this yet. The process server looked confused. Ma'am, according to my records, you're the petitioner. I am, but... Morgan stopped, realizing what she'd just admitted. I smiled for the first time in weeks. Thank you for serving these. I'll see you in court, Morgan. Morgan stormed out, clutching the custody papers and screaming threats about ungrateful little girls who don't know their place. I locked the door behind her and immediately called Eliana. The petition's been filed, I said. Court's Monday. Good. That gives us 3 days to prepare. How did you get ahead of her filing schedule? I didn't. Someone else did. Who? Before I could answer, my back door opened. Ava walked in, looking like she'd been crying for hours. It was me, she said. I filed the petition using Morgan's attorney login. She gave me her passwords months ago to handle scheduling. Eliana's voice came through the phone speaker. You filed a custody petition against yourself? I filed it early, before she was ready. Now she has to respond to a case that isn't prepared, with evidence she hasn't gathered yet. I stared at Ava. That's actually brilliant. I also uploaded something to her cloud storage, something she'll want to delete but can't, now that it's part of legal discovery. Ava pulled out her laptop and opened a file. Remember that recording I played you? Of Morgan talking about the trust money? Yeah. Well, I recorded more than just that conversation. She clicked play. Morgan's voice filled my kitchen, but this time she was talking to someone else, a man I didn't recognize. The goal is to create a crisis that justifies intervention, Morgan was saying. Document everything that could be construed as neglect, crying baby, messy house, exhausted mother. Build the narrative. The man's voice responded, What about the father? Rory's deployment is perfect timing. Can't contradict our version of events from overseas. And if something happens to him, you think something will happen? I think communication blackouts are convenient. Very convenient. My blood went cold. She's lying about Rory's unit going silent. Ava nodded. I called the family readiness group. There's no communication blackout. She made it up to pressure you. How do you know all this? Because I've been documenting everything for months. Every conversation, every plan, every lie. I was supposed to be her accomplice, but I was actually gathering evidence. She opened another folder on her laptop. Dozens of audio files, photos, email screenshots. This is Morgan admitting she falsified the CPS reports. This is her paying someone to install surveillance equipment. This is her meeting with a private investigator about discrediting the daughter-in-law. Eliana's voice crackled through the phone. Ava, are you willing to testify to all of this? Yes, but there's something else, something bigger. Ava pulled up a bank statement. Morgan's been embezzling from the family trust for years. Small amounts, but consistent. She's been using Rory's deployment to move larger sums. How much? Nearly $400,000. She's been gambling it on high-risk investments, trying to double the money before anyone notices. And if she loses it, she blames it on market volatility and covers the loss by gaining control of Micah's portion of the trust. I sat down hard. So this was never about Micah's welfare. It was about covering up financial fraud. My phone rang. Unknown number. Don't answer, Ava warned. She's been using burner phones to make threatening calls. I answered anyway and put it on speaker. You think you're clever? Morgan's voice hissed through the line. But you have no idea what you're dealing with. Actually, I think I do. That little recording means nothing. Ava's mentally unstable. Everyone knows it. Her testimony won't hold up. What about the financial records? Silence. Or the fake CPS reports? Or the illegal surveillance? You can't prove any of that. Actually, we can. I looked at Ava, who nodded encouragingly. We have everything, Morgan. Every lie, every scheme, every crime. You're making a mistake. I have resources you can't imagine. Lawyers, connections, money. Had resources. Past tense. What do you mean? Eliana's voice cut in from the phone. I mean the FBI Financial Crimes Unit received an anonymous tip about trust fund embezzlement this morning. They're very interested in your investment activities. The line went quiet for a long moment. This isn't over, Morgan finally said. Yes, it is. I hung up and looked at Ava. The FBI? Eliana's idea. Financial fraud involving military families gets federal attention fast. My laptop chimed with a notification. New email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, Thought you should see this. I opened it. Inside was a link to a Facebook group called Military Wives Support Network. The post at the top had been shared hundreds of times. Audio. Mother-in-law admits to filing false CPS reports and planning custody fraud. Below, it was the recording of Morgan discussing her plans, along with screenshots of the fake documents and a detailed timeline of her harassment campaign. "It's gone viral," Ava whispered. "Look at the comments." Hundreds of military wives were sharing their own stories of toxic in-laws, offering support, expressing outrage. Morgan's full name was in the comments, along with her business information. My phone started ringing. Local news stations, wanting interviews. "Esther," Ava said quietly, "there's one more thing. Something I haven't told you." "What?" "Rory's not just alive. He's coming home early. Medical discharge for a back injury. His plane lands tomorrow." I stared at her. "How do you know that?" "Because I've been in contact with him for weeks. He's the one who told me to document everything. He's the one who planned this whole counterattack." "Rory knew?" "He knew his mother would try something like this. He just didn't know when." My phone buzzed with a text from Rory's number. "Wheels down at 800. Can't wait to meet our son and deal with my mother." Rory's plane was 2 hours late, but I didn't care. I stood at the arrival gate with Micah in my arms, watching every soldier who walked through those doors. When I finally saw him, limping slightly and carrying a duffel bag, I started crying before he even reached us. "Hey, beautiful." He dropped his bag and wrapped us both in his arms. "God, I missed you. You're really here." "I'm really here." He pulled back to look at Micah, who was staring at his father with wide, curious eyes. "And this is my son. Rory, there's so much I need to tell you." "I know. Ava filled me in on everything." His jaw tightened. "We'll deal with my mother, but first, let me hold my boy." The drive home was surreal. Rory held Micah in the back seat, talking to him in a soft voice while I updated him on the latest developments. "The FBI contacted Morgan yesterday," I said. "She's hired a criminal defense attorney." "Good. Maybe now she'll understand this isn't a game." "The custody hearing's been postponed indefinitely. Her lawyer withdrew from the case." "Smart move. No attorney wants to represent someone under federal investigation." We pulled into our driveway, and I noticed Rory tense up. "What is it?" "Black sedan across the street. She's watching." I looked in my rearview mirror. Morgan sat in her car, staring at us with undisguised hatred. "Should we call the police?" "Not yet. Let her make the first move." We went inside, and Rory immediately went to his desk. He pulled out a key, different from the one I'd found, and unlocked a drawer I'd never seen opened. "The safety deposit box key was a decoy," he explained. "The real videos are here." He pulled out a small hard drive and plugged it into his laptop. "This is the nuclear option, Esther. Once we use this, there's no relationship left to salvage. Are you sure you want to go that far?" "After everything she's done?" "Yes." Rory opened a video file. His face appeared on screen, but this wasn't the uniform video from before. This was casual clothes, our living room, recorded just days before deployment. "If you're watching this, it means my mother has crossed every line I set," Video Rory said. "What you're about to hear is a conversation I recorded without her knowledge. It's illegal in some states, but admissible in family court." The video cut to audio of a phone conversation. Morgan's voice was crystal clear. "Rory, that girl is not suitable for our family. She's common, she has no connections, and she'll dilute the bloodline." "Mom, I love her." "Love fades. Breeding doesn't. If you insist on this marriage, fine, but I won't let her raise Emerson children with her values." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means when you have children, they'll need proper guidance from family who understands their heritage." "You mean you?" I mean people who aren't first-generation immigrants with questionable backgrounds. I flinched. My parents had immigrated from Mexico when I was 5. The recording continued. If something happens to you, Rory, I'll make sure those children are raised properly, with or without her consent. That sounds like a threat, Mum. It's a promise. Rory paused the video. There's more. Hours of it. Her plans, her prejudices, her threats, everything. Before I could respond, our doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Morgan standing on our porch, no longer hiding in her car. She knows you're back, I told Rory. Good. Time to end this. Rory opened the door, still holding Micah. Morgan's face lit up when she saw her son. Rory, thank God you're safe. I was so worried when they said... Who said what, Mom? Because there was no communication blackout. Morgan's smile faltered. The Wives Network said... You lied. About the blackout, about the emergency, about everything. I was protecting your family. From what? From her! Morgan pointed at me. She's not fit to be a mother. The CPS reports, the instability, the reports you filed. The instability you created. Morgan's face went white. Who told you that? Ava. She's been recording you for months. Ava's sick. She needs help. You can't trust... I can trust the FBI Financial Crimes Unit. They're very interested in your investment activities. Morgan stepped back like she'd been slapped. You don't understand. I was trying to grow the trust fund for Micah's future. You were covering up embezzlement with custody fraud. That's not... I would never... Rory shifted Micah to one arm and pulled out his phone. Would you like to hear the recording of you admitting you planned to fake a mental health crisis to take custody? You can't have that. Or the one where you call my wife common and talk about diluting the bloodline. Morgan's composure finally cracked. She is common. She's nobody. And that baby deserves better than... Stop. Rory's voice cut like ice. You're talking about my wife and my son. I'm talking about preserving this family's legacy. No, you're talking about control. And it's over. Rory stepped closer to his mother. You will not contact us. You will not drive by our house. You will not call our friends, our neighbors, or any government agencies. You will not attempt to see Micah until he's old enough to decide for himself. You can't keep me from my grandson. Watch me. Morgan's face twisted with rage. I made you who you are. I sacrificed everything for you. And this is how you repay me? You didn't sacrifice anything, Mom. You invested. And now you're upset because your investment isn't paying the returns you expected. I'll fight this. I have lawyers, resources. You have criminal charges pending and a viral video showing exactly who you are. Morgan looked between us, realizing she'd lost. This isn't over. Yes, it is. Rory stepped back and closed the door. Through the window, we watched Morgan stand on our porch for a full minute before walking back to her car. Think she'll give up? I asked. No, but it doesn't matter. We're ready for whatever comes next. That night, I found a small box on our doorstep. Inside was one of Micah's baby blankets, one that had been in his nursery. The message was clear. She could still get to us. I held the blanket in shaking hands while Rory called 911. The fabric still smelled like Micah's baby lotion. She was in his room, I whispered. She was in our house again. Not anymore, Rory said grimly. This time we have her. The police arrived within minutes, followed by Detective Martinez, who'd been handling our harassment case. She photographed the blanket, the box, everything. This constitutes breaking and entering, stalking, and violation of the restraining order, she said. We can arrest her tonight. Do it. 2 hours later, my phone rang. Ava's number. They got her, Ava said. her voice shaky with relief. "She's in custody. But Esther, she's not going quietly." "What do you mean?" "She's claiming the blanket was planted, that you're framing her to cover up your own instability." "Of course she is, but here's the thing. I have security footage from her building. She left at 11 p.m. with a bag, came back at 1 a.m. without it. The timeline matches perfectly with when you found the box." "You've been watching her?" "I moved out last week, but I still have access to the building cameras. I've been documenting everything, just in case." The next morning, Morgan's arrest made the local news. The reporter stood outside the courthouse, explaining how a prominent local businesswoman had been charged with stalking and harassment of her military daughter-in-law. My phone started ringing immediately. Reporters, talk show producers, podcast hosts. Everyone wanted the story. "We're not talking to anyone," Rory decided. "Let the legal system handle this." But the story was already out there. The viral video had grown into a movement. Military wives were sharing their own stories of toxic in-laws, creating support networks, demanding better protection from harassment. 3 days later, Detective Martinez called with an update. Morgan's attorney is pushing for a plea deal. She wants to avoid trial. "What kind of deal?" "Guilty plea to stalking and harassment, 5 years probation, mandatory counseling, permanent restraining order. She'd also have to pay restitution for your legal fees and security upgrades." "And the federal charges?" "Still pending. The FBI found evidence of significant embezzlement. That's a separate case." I looked at Rory, who was feeding Micah a bottle. "What do you think?" "I think I want this over, for all of us." We accepted the plea deal. Morgan pled guilty in a closed courtroom, looking smaller and older than I'd ever seen her. She didn't look at us once during the proceedings. Ava testified at the federal hearing 2 weeks later. She wore a simple blue dress and spoke clearly about years of financial manipulation and emotional abuse. Morgan's defense attorney tried to paint her as an unreliable witness, but the evidence was overwhelming. Morgan received 3 years in federal prison for embezzlement and fraud. The day after sentencing, Ava came to our house for dinner. She looked different, lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. "I got a job," she announced over dessert. "Teaching position at a private school in Oregon. I start next month." "That's wonderful," I said. "Are you nervous about being so far away?" "Terrified, but also excited." She smiled at Micah, who was babbling in his high chair. I've never lived anywhere she couldn't just show up. "What about when she gets out?" Ava's expression hardened. "I'll deal with that when it happens, but for now, I'm free." We held Micah's naming ceremony the following weekend. Just close friends, Eliana, Ava, before she left for Oregon, and Rory's military buddies. No extended family drama, no hidden agendas, just people who genuinely cared about us. As I watched Rory hold our son while our friends toasted to new beginnings, I realized something had shifted inside me. The constant vigilance, the need to document every interaction, the hyper-awareness of threats. It was all still there, but quieter now. "You did it," Eliana said, joining me on the back porch. "You protected your family. We all did it. You, Ava, Rory. I couldn't have done this alone. But you were willing to. That's what mattered." I looked through the window at Micah, now 6 months old, and laughing at something Rory was doing. Sometimes I wonder what I became in all this, whether fighting monsters made me into one. You became a mother. That's what mothers do. They protect their children, whatever the cost. Even if it changes them. Especially then. That night, after everyone left, I sat down at my computer and opened the blog I'd been keeping throughout this ordeal. I'd been documenting everything for legal purposes, but now it felt like something more. A record. A warning. A guide for other women who might face similar battles. I typed my final entry. It's over. Morgan is in prison. Ava is free, and my family is safe. The cost was higher than I expected, not just financially, but emotionally. I learned things about myself I'm not sure I wanted to know. I learned I could be calculating, ruthless, even cruel when protecting what matters most. But I also learned that sometimes the only way to stop a cycle of abuse is to fight back with everything you have. Sometimes being the bigger person just means being a bigger target. To anyone reading this who's facing something similar, document everything, trust your instincts, and don't fight alone. Find your allies, build your evidence, and remember that you don't have to set yourself on fire to keep toxic people warm. Micah is sleeping peacefully in his crib. Rory is reading beside me. The house is quiet and secure. No one is watching from the street. No one is planning our destruction. For the first time in months, I'm closing the curtains not to hide, but because we deserve privacy. Because this is our home, our family, our life. And no one is ever getting in again. I hit publish and closed the laptop. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight we were safe. Tonight we had won.
The envelope slid across the dinner table like a death sentence. Clean white paper, crisp edges, my name typed in bold letters. My father's expression remained granite solid as I picked it up with trembling fingers. I'm Vanessa, and this was the moment my family decided to teach me about adult responsibilities by charging me rent to live in my childhood bedroom. $1,200 per month, my father announced, as if reading off a grocery list. That includes utilities, internet, and your share of household expenses. Due on the 1st of each month. I stared at the itemized invoice, my chicken growing cold on the plate beside me. The numbers swam before my eyes. $800 base rent, $200 utilities, $200 household contribution. My brother Bailey didn't even look up from his phone, sprawled on the couch with a bag of chips balanced on his chest. But Bailey doesn't... I started. Bailey's situation is different, my mother cut in, her voice honey-sweet poison. He's still finding his path. You have 2 stable jobs, sweetie. It's time you learned financial responsibility. 2 stable jobs that barely left me time to sleep, let alone find my path. I worked as a bank teller during the day and waited tables 4 nights a week. My shoulders ached constantly. Dark circles had become a permanent feature under my eyes. When does this start? I asked, my voice smaller than I wanted it to be. 1st of the month, my father replied. That's next week. I trust you can manage that? The way he said it, not a question but a command. I nodded mechanically, already calculating the hours I'd need to pick up at the restaurant. And, Vanessa, my mother's perfectly manicured nails tapped the table. Late payments will incur a $50 fee, just like in the real world. I folded the invoice carefully and excused myself from the table. In my room, I pulled out my laptop to check my bank balance. That's when I saw it, the notification from my credit card company. The internet bill I'd been paying for months was linked to an account under Bailey's name. Curious, I dug deeper. Steam purchases, gaming subscriptions, monthly charges for some anime streaming service, all on the account I was paying for. My phone buzzed. A text from my mother. Don't forget to wash your dishes from dinner. We all need to contribute to keeping the house clean. I walked to my window and watched Bailey's car pull out of the driveway, probably heading to his friend's house for their weekly gaming session. He'd be back late, leaving his dishes in the sink for someone else to handle. The next morning I arrived early at the bank. My co-worker Joseph was already at his desk, sorting through paperwork. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, sliding a coffee across to me. "Worse, an invoice." I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. "My parents are charging me rent, $1,200 a month." Joseph whistled low. "That's more than my mortgage payment." "Yeah, well, apparently it's time I learnt about adult responsibilities." I pulled out my phone and showed him the Steam charges. while my brother gets a free ride and uses my credit card for gaming. That's messed up, Vanessa. Joseph's face darkened. You know that's not normal, right? I shrugged, but something inside me shifted. A tiny spark of rebellion, maybe, or recognition. That evening, I created a new email account and opened a high-yield savings account at a different bank. I photographed the invoice and saved it to a secure folder. Then I went downstairs and handed my father an envelope containing $1,200 in cash. Good girl, he said, not looking up from his newspaper. You're learning. Bailey shuffled past with a bowl of cereal, milk sloshing over the edges. Hey, can you spot me $20 for gas? I looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time in months. My little brother, the golden child, perpetually broke, but somehow always gaming, always eating, always coasting. Sorry, I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice was. I'm on a pretty tight budget these days. My mother's head snapped up from her phone. Vanessa, don't be selfish. Family helps family. I felt something cold and hard crystallize in my chest. You're right, Mom. Family helps family. That night I lay in bed making calculations. 2 years. I could do this for 2 years. Every extra shift, every tip, every penny would go into that secret account. And then my phone lit up with a notification. Another Steam charge on my credit card. $59.99 for some new game Bailey couldn't wait to play. I smiled in the darkness. They wanted to teach me about adult responsibilities. Fine. I'd learn. I'd learn so well they'd never see it coming. 6 months into my adult responsibility program, I was missing lunch breaks to pick up extra shifts. My friend Naomi's birthday party came and went. I sent a text and worked a double instead. The savings account grew slowly, painfully, like watching paint dry in slow motion. You're 2 days late, my father announced one evening, holding up my rent envelope. That'll be $12.50. I looked up from my cold dinner. The first was Sunday. Banks were closed. Doesn't matter, he tapped the invoice. Late fee is late fee. It's how the real world works, Vanessa. I handed over the extra $50 without argument. What was the point? I'd learned that lesson months ago when I tried to negotiate. Now I just documented everything. Every payment, every late fee, every household contribution. In a spreadsheet that was becoming my silent revenge diary. Later that night I heard my mother's voice floating up from the kitchen. I crept to the stairs, an old habit from childhood that was proving useful these days. Bailey, honey, don't stress about the job hunt, she was saying. You need to focus on finding your passion. Vanessa's basically paying for you too. My brother's response was muffled, but I could picture his shrug. That same shrug he gave when I found him using my Netflix account, my Amazon Prime, my everything. The next morning at the bank, Joseph caught me dozing at my desk before opening. You look like death warmed over, he said, sliding his usual coffee offering across to me. Thanks, that's exactly the look I was going for. I straightened up, trying to smooth my wrinkled blouse. Had to cover Amanda's closing shift at the restaurant. Again. You can't keep this up, he said, his voice low. You're working yourself into the ground. 2 more years, I whispered back. Just 2 more years. The day dragged on until my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. Dinner's at 6. Don't be late. We need to discuss the utility increase. I texted back that I had to work late. It wasn't even a lie anymore. I always had to work late. Family dinner is important, came her reply. Bailey made his special mac and cheese. Bailey's special mac and cheese was boxed Kraft with extra cheese slices. But I knew better than to say that out loud. At home, my father had another envelope waiting. Utilities went up $40 this month, he announced. Your share is now $240 instead of $200. I glanced at Bailey's gaming setup in the corner. 3 monitors glowing, his computer humming like a small jet engine. Is that because... Don't start, my mother cut in. Your brother needs his equipment for his future gaming career. I bit my tongue and ate my mac and cheese. That night, I couldn't sleep. The numbers danced in my head. Rent, utilities, late fees, streaming services I paid for but couldn't use because Bailey was always logged in. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. My secret savings account showed 8,427.13s, not even close to enough. A text from Naomi lit up my screen. "Miss you, coffee soon." I left it unread. Coffee meant questions. Questions meant lying or telling the truth, and I wasn't ready for either. The next morning I arrived at work to find Joseph looking concerned. "You've got to see this," he said, pulling me aside. He showed me a listing on his phone, a 3-bedroom house, recently foreclosed, selling well below market value. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because," he said, "I've watched you work yourself to death for 6 months. Whatever you're saving for, this could be it. These deals don't come around often." I stared at the listing until the numbers blurred. "It's not enough. I'm not ready." "Maybe not," he agreed. "But now you have a target. A real one." That evening I came home to find Bailey had ordered pizza, using my card, of course. He was sprawled on the couch, controller in hand, surrounded by empty cans. "Thanks for dinner, sis," he called out as I headed upstairs. I paused on the steps. "Bailey, I need you to stop using my cards." He didn't even look away from his game. "Mum said it was fine." "It's not fine. I can't afford—" "Can't afford what?" My mother appeared in the hallway. "Vanessa, don't be dramatic. Your brother needs support right now. He's networking with other gamers. It's important for his future." I went to my room and pulled out my spreadsheet, added another pizza charge to the growing list. Then I opened the house listing Joseph had shown me and saved it to my favourites. 2 years had felt impossible this morning. But now, looking at that house, something shifted inside me. Maybe I didn't need 2 years. Maybe I just needed the right opportunity. My phone buzzed. Another charge notification from Bailey's gaming purchases. I smiled and added it to my spreadsheet. Every charge, every late fee, every manipulation was just another brick in the wall I was building. The wall I would eventually use to bring their whole system crashing down. Naomi's calls went straight to voicemail these days. My social media stayed dark. I became a ghost in my own life, existing only in the spaces between shifts and sleep. "Table 6 needs their check," my manager called out as I balanced 3 plates of pasta. "On it," I replied automatically, barely registering the words. My feet ached, my head throbbed. But the numbers in my savings account made it worthwhile. Joseph started leaving protein bars on my desk at the bank. "You're skipping meals again," he'd say, not as a question. One particularly exhausting Tuesday, he caught me counting tips in the break room. "I picked up some extra shifts," he said casually, "if you want them." I looked up, suspicious. "Why?" "Because you're about to collapse, and I'd rather help you earn more than watch you work yourself to death." That night, a familiar face appeared at the restaurant. Emma Warner, our neighbour and local real estate agent. She was my mother's friend, but she'd always been kind to me. "Join me for a drink?" she asked after her meal. "You look like you could use one." I glanced at my watch. My shift was over and home was the last place I wanted to be. "Just one," I agreed. At the bar, Emma ordered us both martinis. "I haven't seen you at the neighbourhood barbecues lately." "Working," I said, taking a sip. "Always working." She studied me over her glass. "Your mother mentions you're learning financial responsibility." I nearly choked on my olive. "Is that what she's calling it?" "She says you're paying rent, building credit." Emma's eyes narrowed slightly. "Funny thing about credit, though. I was helping your parents refinance their mortgage last week, but—" She trailed off. "But what?" "They're 5 months behind on payments." Emma swirled her drink. "Which is strange, considering they're collecting rent from you." The room seemed to tilt sideways. 5 months of mortgage payments, 5 months of my $1,200, 5 months of teaching me responsibility. I shouldn't have said anything, Emma backtracked, noticing my expression. No, I said quietly. I'm glad you did. She leaned forward. Listen, Vanessa, I've been in real estate for 20 years. I've seen every kind of financial situation imaginable, including people who need to buy houses. Quietly, I met her gaze. What do you mean? There are ways to purchase property anonymously, through LLCs, cash deals. It can be done, you just have to be quiet as hell about it. My heart started racing. Tell me more. First, she said, pulling out a business card, you need a separate mailing address, a P.O. box your family doesn't know about. I tucked the card into my pocket just as my phone lit up with a text from my mother. Where are you? Bailey needs a ride from his friend's house. I have to go, I said, standing up. Emma grabbed my wrist. Vanessa, whatever you're planning, be careful, be smart. At home, I found Bailey playing his games. No ride needed. Another manipulation, another control tactic. You're late, my father called from his study. That's another $50. I walked to my room without responding. My phone buzzed again. Naomi, trying to reach me for the third time this week. I silently declined the call. The next morning, Joseph found me in the break room, staring at Emma's card. You look like you've seen a ghost, he said. More like I've seen the truth. I told him about the mortgage payments, about Emma's offer to help. He listened without interrupting, then said, You know what this means, right? They're not teaching you responsibility. They're using you. They've always been using me, I replied. I just didn't want to see it. That evening I opened my laptop and started researching LLCs, property laws, anonymous purchases. Every article, every forum post, every legal document became another piece of ammunition. My mother knocked on my door. Vanessa, Bailey's internet is acting up again. Can you take a look? Can't, I called back, working on something. But family helps family, she insisted. I closed my laptop slowly. Yes, I said, more to myself than to her. Yes, they do. Later, I lay in bed calculating numbers again. Not just savings this time, but strategies, timelines, escape routes. Emma's card felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket, a key to a door I hadn't known existed. My phone lit up with a text from Joseph. Whatever you're planning, I've got your back. I smiled in the darkness. The ghost of the dutiful daughter was fading, replaced by something stronger, something colder. My father's voice drifted up from downstairs. Bailey, don't worry about the internet bill. Your sister has it covered. I added another entry to my spreadsheet, another brick in the wall, another step toward the day when they'd learn what family helps family really means. The house listing Joseph had shown me was still open, still waiting, still possible. I opened Emma's contact and started typing. About that P.O. box. The P.O. box key felt heavy in my pocket as I sat across from Emma in her office, watching her shuffle through paperwork. Vanquish Properties, LLC, she read from the documents. Simple, untraceable, and completely legal. She slid them across her desk. Sign here. My hand shook slightly as I signed. 2 months of secret meetings, careful planning, and calculated moves had led to this moment. The house you wanted is still available, Emma said, pulling up the listing. The bank's motivated to sell. With your cash offer, we could close in weeks. I nodded, thinking of my savings account, now healthier than I'd ever dreamed possible. Working doubles for 2 years, living on protein bars and coffee, had paid off. What about my parents? I asked. Won't they find out when the sale records become public? Emma smiled. That's why we created the LLC. The public records will only show Vanquish Properties. Unless someone digs very, very deep, they'll never know it's you. Back at home, I found a note on my door. Rent's late. Again. See me in my study. Dad. I took a deep breath and walked in. My father sat behind his desk, reading glasses perched on his nose, looking every bit the authority figure he pretended to be. Your hours were cut at work? He asked without looking up. Yes, I lied. The bank is reducing staff. That's unfortunate, he finally met my eyes. But rent is still due, plus the late fee. I pulled out an envelope. Here's half. I'll have the rest next week. Unacceptable. He pushed the envelope back. All or nothing, Vanessa. Those are the rules. You have until tomorrow, or you can find somewhere else to live. The threat hung in the air between us. 2 years ago, it would have terrified me. Now, I had to fight back a smile. I understand, I said quietly. In my room, I began packing, not frantically, but methodically. Each box was labelled and stored in my car during my work shifts. Nobody noticed the gradually emptying closet, the disappearing photos, the bare shelves. Joseph helped me move the bigger items during his lunch breaks. You're really doing this, he said, carrying a box to his truck. They gave me no choice, I replied. Actually, they gave me every choice, and I'm finally making the right one. That night at dinner, my father cleared his throat. 2 days late, Vanessa. I warned you. I reached into my bag and pulled out a document. I know. I slid it across the table just as he had done with that first invoice. My notice of intent to vacate. The silence was deafening. My mother's fork clattered against her plate. Bailey actually looked up from his phone. What is this? My father demanded, his face reddening. Exactly what it looks like. I stood up. I'm leaving. You can't just... My mother started. Actually, I can. I walked to the door, then turned back. Oh, and Bailey, the internet's going to stop working tomorrow. You'll need to find your own account. My father tore the notice in half. If you walk out that door, don't expect to come back. I smiled, actually smiled, for the first time in months. I won't. That night, I moved the last of my boxes into my car. Emma had texted earlier. The closing date was set for next week. Everything was falling into place. The next morning, my mother's texts started flooding in. This is childish, Vanessa. What about family? Bailey needs his internet for work. Your father is very disappointed. I blocked their numbers one by one. At the bank, Joseph watched me delete their contact information. How does it feel? Like breathing for the first time in years. 2 months passed. I stayed with Joseph's sister while waiting for the closing. My parents' messages came through flying monkeys now. Mutual friends, distant relatives. Even Naomi tried once. Then came the text I'd been waiting for. Bailey's account bouncing. Vanessa, check the bank. I deleted it without responding. Let them figure it out themselves. That evening, Emma called. The papers are ready. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. you'll officially own your new home. I hung up and looked around Joseph's sister's guest room, at the boxes ready to move again, this time to my own place. My phone buzzed with another desperate message from my parents. Something about utilities and responsibility. I opened my spreadsheet one last time, the one documenting every payment, every late fee, every manipulation. 2 years of financial abuse, carefully recorded. I attached it to an email addressed to my father's work account, scheduled to send in 1 week. The subject line read, "About those adult responsibilities." My phone lit up again. Bailey, this time. "The internet's gone. Mom and Dad are freaking out. Where are you?" I turned off my phone and looked out the window. Somewhere across town, my family was discovering what life was like without their personal ATM. And tomorrow, I would hold the keys to my own home, bought with the money they thought they'd squeezed from me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just leaving. It's leaving them to face the mess they created. The keys to my new house jingled in my hand as I walked through empty rooms that were all mine. No invoices, no late fees, no guilt trips. "You did it," Emma said, standing in the doorway of what would become my home office. "How does it feel?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Naomi. "Your mum just called me crying, says they came home and your room was empty. What's going on?" I showed Emma the message. And so it begins. Are you ready for the fallout? I nodded, thinking of the carefully organised receipts in my filing cabinet. I've been ready for 2 years. My phone kept lighting up throughout the day. Messages from my mother grew increasingly frantic. Where are your things? Answer your phone. We need to talk about this like adults. The internet company says the account is closed. I was arranging furniture in my living room when Joseph arrived with housewarming takeout. Your father came to the bank looking for you, he said, setting down Chinese food containers. I told him you'd transferred to another branch. How did he look? Scared, Joseph handed me chopsticks, like someone who just realised they killed their golden goose. My phone rang. Bailey's number. I let it go to voicemail. You should hear what he left, Joseph said, pulling out his own phone. He played a message. Hey, sis, look, whatever's going on, just the Wi-Fi's down and Dad's being weird about money. Can you just come home so we can fix this? I laughed. Actually laughed. Fix this. They want to fix this. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Naomi shifting nervously on my porch. How did she find me? I whispered to Emma. Small town, Emma shrugged. Want me to send her away? I took a deep breath and opened the door. Naomi's eyes were red. Your mum's hysterical. Your dad's threatening to call the police. What happened? I let her in, watching her take in my new house with widening eyes. You bought a house, she gasped. How? 2 years of saving every penny while they drained me dry. I showed her my spreadsheet. Every payment, every late fee, every time they used me to keep themselves afloat. Naomi sank onto my new couch. I knew they were charging you rent, but this is insane. You knew, my voice cracked. You knew and never said anything. I tried. She pulled out her phone, showing me texts from months ago that I'd ignored. I tried to warn them too. Told them they were pushing you too hard. Your mum said I didn't understand family dynamics. Another text lit up my phone. My father. The mortgage company called. Where's the rent money going if not to them? They're figuring it out, I told the room, that their perfect system relied entirely on me. Emma touched my shoulder. Want me to start the paperwork for that other thing we discussed? I nodded, thinking of phase 2 of my plan, the part that would really make them understand. Joseph looked between us. What other thing? Later, I said, as another call from Bailey lit up my phone. Naomi stood to leave. They're not going to stop, you know. They'll keep coming until they get answers. I know. I walked her to the door. But for the first time, I don't have to give them any. After everyone left, I sat in my empty dining room, reading the mounting messages. The power company needs updating. Bailey's account is overdrawn. We're your family. You can't just disappear. I opened my laptop and logged into my bank account. 2 years of transactions, all meticulously documented. 2 years of their financial abuse, recorded in black and white. My phone rang again. My mother's number. This time I answered. Where are you? She demanded. Safe, I replied. Independent. Everything you claimed you wanted me to be. This isn't funny, Vanessa. Bailey needs to grow up, I cut in. And so do you and Dad. We're your parents. No, I said quietly. You're my landlords, and I've found better accommodations. I hung up as Emma's email came through. Papers are ready. Once you sign, the LLC will be positioned to make the offer. I smiled, thinking of the next phase. They thought losing their ATM was bad. Wait until they realised who was about to own their mortgage. My phone lit up one last time. A text from Bailey. This isn't fair. You're ruining everything. I looked around my beautiful, peaceful home. No invoices on the table. No guilt in the air. No parasitic brother draining my accounts. No, Bailey, I whispered to my empty house. I'm fixing everything. I opened Emma's email and began reviewing the documents that would set the next phase in motion. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just escaping the game, it's changing all the rules. The pre-foreclosure notice arrived at my parents' house on a Tuesday. I knew because Emma texted me a photo of my mother collecting the mail, her face draining of colour as she read the envelope. "Are you sure about this?" Emma asked over coffee later that day. "Once we submit the LLC's offer to buy their mortgage, there's no going back." I pulled out my phone and showed her my latest bank notification. Another overdraft attempt from Bailey's gaming account. "They haven't learned," I said. "They're still trying to use my money, even after everything." Joseph joined us, sliding into the booth with a concerned look. "Your father came by the bank again. He's trying to take out a second mortgage." "He won't get it," Emma said. "Their credit is shot. They haven't made a payment in months." My phone buzzed. Naomi. "Your mum's telling everyone you abandoned them, that you left them in financial ruin." I texted back, "Show them the spreadsheet I gave you." 10 minutes later, Naomi replied, "Just did. Your dad went white as a sheet." I smiled and turned to Emma. "Submit the offer." "You know they'll figure it out eventually," she warned, "when the mortgage transfers to Vanquished Properties." That's the point. Back at my house, I prepared the final piece of my plan. A manila envelope containing every receipt, every late fee notice, every bank statement showing Bailey's charges. At the top, I placed a simple note. Karma doesn't send invoices, it just collects. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Bailey looking dishevelled. "I know you're in there," he called out. "My card got declined at GameStop. All my accounts are frozen." I opened the door but blocked the entrance. "Sounds like an adult responsibility you need to handle." "Very funny." He tried to push past me. "Just loan me some money until..." "Until what?" I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. "Until you find your path? Until your gaming career takes off? Until Mom and Dad finish bleeding me dry?" He stepped back, finally seeing me, really seeing me, for the first time in years. "They're falling apart," he said quietly. "Dad's not sleeping. Mom keeps crying about losing the house. Funny how consequences work, isn't it?" My phone buzzed. "Emma, offer accepted. The mortgage is yours." Bailey's phone rang at the same moment. His face fell as he listened. "Mum, what? What do you mean foreclosure?" I walked back inside, leaving him on my porch. Through the window I watched him pace, arguing into his phone, his perfect world crumbling in real time. Later that evening, Joseph came by with dinner. "You okay?" I showed him the mortgage transfer papers. "I own their house now, through Vanquished Properties." He whistled low. That's something else. What are you going to do?" "Give them exactly what they gave me, a lesson in adult responsibilities." My phone lit up with a call from my father. This time I answered on speaker. "We got a letter," he said, his voice shaking, "about the mortgage being transferred to some company called Vanquish Properties." "How interesting," I replied calmly. "They're talking about reviewing our rental agreement, about market rate adjustments. Sounds like a valuable learning experience." Silence on the line. Then, "Vanessa, Did I what, Dad? Take control, make a smart financial decision. Isn't that what you wanted to teach me?" The line went dead. Joseph stared at me. "That was cold." "No," I corrected him. "Cold is charging your daughter rent while letting your son live free. Cold is adding late fees to teach responsibility while spending that money on yourselves. Cold is what they've been for years." My phone buzzed again, my mother this time. "Please, we can't lose the house. We're your family." I typed back. "Family helps family, remember?" Emma called next. "They're at my office demanding information about Vanquish Properties. Your father's connecting the dots." "Good," I said. "Let them." I pulled out the manila envelope and added one final document, the mortgage transfer papers showing Vanquish Properties as the new owner. Tomorrow I'd have it delivered to their house. My phone kept lighting up. "We need to talk, Dad." "Please call us, Mom." "What did you do?" "Bailey." I silenced my phone and walked through my peaceful house. No guilt, no manipulation, no invoices sliding across dinner tables. Joseph watched me from the kitchen. "You know this won't end here." "No," I agreed. "This is just the beginning." I picked up my phone and drafted one final text to my family's group chat. "Rent's due on the 1st, late fees apply, welcome to adult responsibilities." Then I blocked their numbers again and opened my laptop to draft their first official notice from their new mortgage holder, Vanquish Properties LLC. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just winning the game, it's becoming the game master. The pounding on my front door started at 8 a.m. on a Sunday. I'd been expecting them. Emma had texted that my parents were asking around about my new address. "Vanessa!" My father's voice boomed through the door. "Open up right now." I took my time walking to the entrance, coffee cup in hand. Through the peephole I saw all three of them, my father red-faced, my mother wringing her hands, and Bailey clutching a duffel bag. I opened the door but stayed behind the security chain. "Can I help you?" "This has gone far enough," my father growled. "We know about Vanquish Properties." "Congratulations." My mother pushed forward. "Sweetie, we need to talk about this like family. Bailey needs a place to stay temporarily, just until things settle down." I looked at Bailey's duffel bag, then back at them. "Oh, you need housing. I have a pull-out couch in the garage. $1,200 a month. Late fees apply." The colour drained from my father's face as his own words came back to haunt him. "You can't be serious," Bailey sputtered. "Why not? It's how the real world works, remember?" My mother started crying, her go-to manipulation tactic. "We're your family." "Funny," I said, pulling out my phone. "I have some texts here about family. Let me read them. Bailey needs support right now. Family helps family. Don't be selfish, Vanessa." I looked up. "Sound familiar?" "That was different," my father started. "You're right. It was different because I actually paid my bills. I have proof of every payment, every late fee, every utility charge." I pulled out the manila envelope and dropped it at their feet. 2 years of financial records. "Want to go through them together?" Bailey picked up the envelope, his hands shaking as he opened it. "What is all this?" "Everything," I said. "Every receipt, every bank statement, every time they used my rent money to pay their mortgage instead of teaching me responsibility." My father lunged forward, but the security chain held. "You had no right." "I had every right." My voice finally cracked. "You charged me more than market rate to live in my childhood bedroom while letting Bailey live free. You added late fees to teach me lessons while spending my money on yourselves. You pushed me to work 2 jobs while telling Bailey to find his path." My mother grabbed the envelope from Bailey. "We were trying to help you grow up." "No," I said quietly. "You were using me as your personal ATM. And now?" I pulled out the final document, the property deed showing Vanquish Properties as the owner of their house. "Now you get to learn what that feels like." My father collapsed into one of my porch chairs, the reality finally hitting him. "You own our house. Technically, Vanquish Properties owns your house, and Vanquish Properties expects payment on the 1st of each month. Market rate, of course." Bailey stepped forward. "You can't do this to us. We're your family." I cut him off. "Then act like it. Get a job. Pay your bills. Take responsibility for once in your life." "Please," my mother whispered. "We'll lose everything. Like I almost did. Working doubles until I couldn't see straight. Skipping meals to make rent. Watching my savings disappear into Bailey's gaming accounts." My father stood up slowly, his face ashen. "What do you want from us?" "I want you to understand," I said, finally opening the door fully. "Every receipt in that envelope is a lesson you taught me. Every late fee is a consequence you created. Every bank statement is proof of how you treated your own daughter." They stood in silence, the manila envelope's contents scattered at their feet like evidence at a crime scene. "You have 30 days, I continued, Find another place to live, or start paying market rate rent to vanquish properties. Your choice. And Bailey? My mother asked weakly. I looked at my brother, really looked at him, the entitled boy who had never faced consequences, now clutching his duffel bag like a shield. The garage couch is available, I repeated. $1,200 a month, no exceptions, no excuses, no family discounts, just like you taught me. My father gathered the scattered papers with trembling hands. This isn't over. You're right, I agreed. This is just the beginning of your adult responsibilities. They left slowly, defeated, my mother still crying, Bailey looking lost, my father clutching the envelope like it might somehow change its contents. I watched them drive away, then called Emma. They came. How did it go? Exactly as expected. I looked at the security camera footage on my phone, already saving the confrontation for my records. They wanted Bailey to move in. Emma laughed. Of course they did. What now? I smiled, thinking of the market rate notices already drafted on my laptop. Now they learn what it's like on the other side of the invoice. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just winning. It's making them live through exactly what they put you through. The for sale sign went up in front of my parents' house on a crisp autumn morning. Emma handled the listing herself, making sure every detail was perfect. 3 showings already scheduled, she said, adjusting the sign. Your parents? Moving into an apartment across town, I replied. Bailey's actually getting a job to help with rent. My phone buzzed. Naomi asking to meet for coffee. I found her at our old favourite cafe, fidgeting with her cup. I owe you an apology, she said as I sat down. I knew what they were doing to you, and I didn't do enough. You tried to warn me, I reminded her. I wasn't ready to listen. Still, she reached across the table. I should have done more, been a better friend. Joseph joined us, sliding into the booth with a folder. Speaking of doing more, I have something to show you. He opened the folder to reveal business loan paperwork. Remember that art studio idea you mentioned? The one you gave up to pay their rent? My heart skipped. Joseph, the bank approved your application. With your credit history and the LLC's assets, you're the perfect candidate. Naomi's eyes widened. You're opening a studio. Maybe, I said, looking at the papers. I haven't painted in so long. 2 years, Joseph said quietly. But I've seen your sketches during lunch breaks. You never stop dreaming. You just put it on hold. My phone lit up with a text from Bailey. Got the job starting Monday. For the first time, I felt something other than anger toward my brother. Maybe it was hope. He's trying, Naomi observed, reading over my shoulder. They all are, I agreed. Finally, back at home, I unlocked the door to my spare room, the one I'd been keeping empty. Art supplies still in their packages lined the walls. A blank canvas waited on an easel. The doorbell rang. My mother stood there, looking smaller somehow. The apartment's nice, she said before I could speak. Small, but we're managing. Your father's looking for work. I waited. I found this. She held out a framed picture. Me at my high school art show, holding a blue ribbon. I thought maybe you'd want it back. I took the frame, remembering that day. Before the invoices, before the manipulation, before everything went wrong. We were wrong, she whispered. So wrong. And I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix it. I know. She turned to leave, then stopped. Bailey told me about his job. Said he's starting to understand what you went through. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We're learning, she added. Too late, but we're learning. After she left, I carried the frame into my empty art room, set it on the shelf, opened my first pack of brushes. Emma called as I was mixing colours. Offer on the house, above asking price. Accept it, I said immediately. Your parents? They need to start fresh. So do I. I dipped my brush in paint for the first time in 2 years. The canvas waited, blank and full of possibility. Joseph texted, Studio loan paperwork is ready when you are. Naomi sent a photo of a coming soon sign template. Vanessa's art studio where creativity meets freedom. My phone buzzed one last time. Bailey. I get it now. What we did to you. What I did. I'm sorry. I set my phone down and looked at my reflection in the window. No more exhausted bank teller. No more overworked waitress. Just me, a paintbrush, and a future I'd bought back with my own strength. The doorbell rang again. Emma stood there with Joseph and Naomi. We brought housewarming gifts, Naomi said, holding up paint supplies. Again, I laughed. I already had a housewarming. This isn't for your house, Joseph said. This is for your studio. They followed me to the art room, where the blank canvas still waited. What will you paint first? Emma asked. I looked at the high school photo my mother had returned. At the girl who loved art before life got in the way. At the woman I'd become while fighting my way back to her. Something new, I said, lifting my brush. Something free. My phone lit up one final time, a message from my father. The apartment lease is in my name. No more hiding behind others. No more excuses. I turned off my phone and faced my canvas. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about getting free. Free to create. Free to dream. Free to become who you were always meant to be. The brush touched canvas, and I began to paint my future. Not in their colours, but in my own.
I should have known something was wrong when my mother showed up to my wedding wearing black. Not navy, not charcoal. Black. The kind of black you wear to funerals. My name is Natalia, and 5 years ago, I married the love of my life in what should have been the happiest day of my existence. Instead, it became the day my family buried me alive. You look... My mother, Vanessa, paused in the bridal suite doorway, her eyes scanning my dress like she was appraising damaged goods. Well, you certainly look like a bride. My sister Victoria was pinning my veil, and I caught her wince in the mirror. Even she knew that wasn't a compliment. Thanks, Mom. I turned to face her. You look mourning appropriate. I'm expressing how I feel about this situation. What situation? Your daughter getting married? Vanessa's laugh was sharp enough to cut glass. Your daughter throwing her life away on a bartender. His name is Jake, and he's beneath you. She stepped closer, and I could smell her Chanel No. 5 mixed with something bitter. Disappointment, maybe. Natalia, you have a Stanford MBA. You could have married anyone. A doctor, a lawyer, someone from a good family. I married someone I love. Love. She said it like a dirty word. Love doesn't pay for private schools or country club memberships. Love doesn't maintain the kind of life you were raised to expect. Victoria cleared her throat. Maybe we should focus on... Stay out of this, Victoria! Vanessa's voice could freeze hell over. Your sister has made her choice. She wants to play house with the help. That's when I snapped. The help. Jake owns 3 bars, Mom. He's building something. Just because he didn't inherit his success doesn't make him worthless. Building something? Vanessa laughed again. Darling, mixing drinks isn't building an empire. It's playing pretend. And what exactly have you built, besides a reputation for looking down on everyone? The room went dead silent. Victoria stepped back like she was expecting an explosion. My father Martin chose that moment to walk in, already wearing his fake smile for the cameras. Ladies, the photographer is asking for... He stopped when he saw our faces. What's going on? Your daughter is having second thoughts about ruining her life, Vanessa said. I'm having second thoughts about letting you ruin my wedding day. Martin's jaw tightened. Natalia, your mother is concerned about your future. We all are. This young man seems nice enough, but what? He's not rich enough, not connected enough, not miserable enough to fit into this family? He's not suitable, Vanessa said flatly, and if you go through with this, you're not suitable either. The words hit me like a physical blow. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Martin said, his voice eerily calm, that if you want to throw away everything we've given you, everything we've built, for some romantic fantasy, then you'll do it without our name. Dad, the Fisher name means something in this city. It means respect, tradition, standards. If you can't uphold those standards, then you're not our daughter, Vanessa finished. Victoria gasped. Mom, you can't be serious. I'm dead serious. Natalia, you have one chance to walk away from this mistake. Call off the wedding, and we'll pretend this never happened. I stared at them both. These people who raised me, who taught me that love was conditional and worth was measured in bank statements. For a moment, I almost wavered. Almost. Then I thought about Jake waiting for me at the altar. Jake, who worked 3 jobs to put himself through business school. Jake, who saw potential where others saw problems. Jake, who loved me for who I was, not what I represented. No. Excuse me? I said no. I'm marrying Jake today, and if you can't accept that, then maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not your daughter anymore. Vanessa's face went white with rage. Fine, but don't come crawling back when reality hits. Don't call us when the money runs out and the fairy tale ends. You want to ruin your life? Don't do it under our name. She turned and walked out, her heels clicking like gunshots on the marble floor. Martin followed without a word. Victoria stood there, tears in her eyes. Nat, they don't mean it. They mean it. I looked at myself in the mirror one last time, still a bride, still getting married, still choosing love over legacy. And you know what? I'm okay with that. That day, they buried me. What they didn't realize I was planting. 2 years later, I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment above a laundromat, bouncing a screaming baby on my hip while Jake counted tips on our kitchen table. $63, he said, stacking the crumpled bills. Good night at Murphy's. I shifted Layla to my other arm, trying to get her to stop crying. The electric bill is $80. I know. Jake rubbed his face. I pick up that catering gig tomorrow. Should cover it. This wasn't how I'd imagined my life at 31. Stanford MBA, honors graduate, and I was calculating whether we could afford both groceries and gas. But every time I looked at Jake, exhausted, working 16-hour days without complaint, I knew I'd made the right choice. She's hungry, I said, finally getting Layla to quiet down. I'll make her bottle. Jake stood up, kissing my forehead as he passed. You sit. While he heated formula, I stared at the business plan spread across our coffee table. Jake had been working on it for months, a premium tequila brand targeting the craft cocktail market. The numbers were solid, the concept was brilliant, but we needed capital we didn't have. You know, I said, this could actually work. The tequila thing. Jake handed me the bottle. It's just a dream, Nat. No, it's not. I started feeding Layla, my mind racing. Look at these projections. You understand the market better than anyone. You know what bartenders want, what customers are asking for. Understanding it and having 50 grand to launch it are 2 different things. What if we didn't need 50 grand up front? Jake sat down beside me. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking my MBA isn't just expensive wall decoration. I'm thinking we start small, bootstrap it, find an investor who sees what I see." "And what do you see?" I looked at him, really looked at him, this man who'd been grinding for years, who'd supported me through the worst period of my life, who never once made me feel like I'd chosen wrong. "I see someone who's about to change everything." 3 weeks later, we were sitting across from Nathaniel Walsh in a downtown coffee shop. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe 36, with the kind of sharp eyes that missed nothing. "So," he said, flipping through our revised business plan, "you want me to invest $250,000 in a tequila brand run by a bartender and a disowned socialite?" "Former socialite," I corrected. "Current business strategist." "Right." He smiled, but it wasn't mocking. "Tell me why this isn't just another vanity project." Jake leaned forward. "Because I've been behind bars for 15 years. I know what works and what doesn't. I know that bartenders are tired of the same 3 premium brands. I know customers want something authentic, something with a story." "And the story is?" 2 people who lost everything and decided to build something better." Nathaniel's eyes shifted to me. "What's your role in this? Brand development, marketing strategy, financial planning, everything Jake doesn't want to do." "Everything I'm terrible at," Jake added with a grin. "Your projections show profitability in 18 months. Nathaniel said, "That's optimistic." "That's conservative," I replied. "We're targeting craft cocktail bars initially, then expanding to retail. The markup on premium spirits is insane if you can establish the brand." "If being the key word, there's always risk," Jake said. "But I'd rather fail trying to build something than succeed at staying small." Nathaniel closed the folder. "I've seen a lot of pitches. Most of them are garbage. Yours isn't." My heart started pounding. "I'll give you $250 for 10% equity, but I want monthly reports and veto power on major decisions." "Deal," Jake said immediately. "Wait." I held up a hand. "Veto power on what kind of decisions? Distribution deals over 50 grand. Any additional investors? Major recipe changes?" I looked at Jake, then back at Nathaniel. 5% equity for the investment, monthly reports, but no veto power. You're an investor, not a partner. 7% reports and consultation rights on major decisions. 6% reports, consultation but not veto. Nathaniel laughed. "You really are a fisher, aren't you?" The name hit me like ice water. "I'm a palmer now, right?" "Sorry." He extended his hand. "Deal." We shook on it, and I felt something shift inside me. For the first time in 2 years, I wasn't just surviving, I was building. As we walked to the car, Jake grabbed my hand. "You were incredible in there." "We were incredible." "Nat, what if this actually works? What if we actually pull this off?" I thought about my parents, probably having lunch at their country club, convinced I was living in squalor. I thought about Victoria, who hadn't returned a single text since the wedding. "Then they'll all want a piece," I said, remembering Nathaniel's warning. "Including the ones who left us behind." Jake squeezed my hand. "Let them want." The birth announcement came back in the mail 3 days later. I stared at the envelope, my hands shaking as I read the red stamp. "Return to sender. Refused." Someone had written in neat handwriting across Layla's newborn photo. "No contact means no contact." "They sent it back," I said to Jake, who was mixing samples for our first production run in the kitchen. He looked up from the bottles. What? The announcement. About Layla. They refused delivery. Jake wiped his hands and came over, taking the envelope from me. His jaw tightened as he read the message. Nat. She's their granddaughter. My voice cracked. She's 3 months old, and they won't even look at her picture. Their loss. Is it? Or is it mine? I sank into the couch, suddenly exhausted. Maybe they're right. Maybe I did throw everything away. Stop. Jake sat beside me, pulling me close. Look around. Look what we've built in 6 months. He was right. Our apartment was still small, but the coffee table was covered with purchase orders. Soul and Smoke was about to launch in 12 bars across the city. We'd gone from counting tip money to projecting 6-figure revenue. But it still hurt. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Saw your Instagram. Layla's beautiful. Miss you. V. Victoria. After 2 years of silence, I showed Jake the message. Should I respond? Do you want to? I started typing. Miss you too. Would love to talk. Then I deleted it. Typed. Thanks. Deleted that too. Finally I sent, How did you get this number? The response came immediately. Mom still has your info. She just won't admit it. Why are you texting me now? Because I saw the article in the Tribune about your tequila company. My stomach dropped. What article? Hold on. A link appeared. I clicked it, and there it was. Local couple launches premium tequila brand with celebrity backing. Jake, I called. We made the Tribune. He rushed over, reading over my shoulder. The article was small, buried in the business section, but it mentioned our celebrity endorsement deal and projected first-year sales. My phone rang. Victoria. Hello? Nat, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't tell me. Her voice was exactly the same, bright, excited, like no time had passed at all. Tell you what? About the business, about the celebrity deal. This is huge. You haven't spoken to me in 2 years, Victoria. Silence. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to reach out, but Mom and Dad made it clear I was dead to the family. I remember. It wasn't supposed to be permanent. Really, because the returned mail suggests otherwise. That wasn't my idea. But you didn't stop it. Another pause. No, I didn't. At least she was honest. Why are you calling now? I asked. Because I miss my sister. Because I want to meet my niece. Because maybe things can be different now. Now that I'm successful, you mean? That's not. It is exactly what you mean. I felt the anger building. When I was struggling, when I needed family, where were you? But now that there's an article in the paper, suddenly you miss me? Nat, please. Does Mom know you're calling? Silence again. She doesn't, does she? She'd kill me if she knew. Then why risk it? Because I made a mistake. We all did. And I want to fix it. I looked at Jake, who was listening to every word. He nodded slightly. My choice. Victoria, I appreciate the call, but I'm pregnant. The words hit me like a truck. What? 4 months, and I keep thinking about what it would be like if my family cut me off, if I had to do this alone. You're not alone. You have Mom and Dad. Do I? They're so angry all the time now. About money, about the house, about everything. Sometimes I think they blame me for not stopping you from leaving. What's wrong with the house? Nothing. I mean, I don't know. They just fight about money constantly. Something in her voice told me there was more to the story. Victoria, what aren't you telling me? Nothing. I want us to be sisters again. Before I could respond, I heard a voice in the background. Victoria? Who are you talking to? My mother's voice. I have to go. Victoria whispered. Wait. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my mind racing. Victoria was pregnant. My parents were fighting about money. And somehow, seeing my success in the newspaper had changed everything. What do you think? Jake asked. I looked at the article again, at the photo of us holding bottles of Soul and Smoke, at the headline that proved we weren't failures. I think, I said slowly, they told me I'd never build anything of value. And I smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was something sharper. So, I'll buy the roof over their heads. The call came from Alexis Morris on a Tuesday morning while I was reviewing distribution contracts. Natalia, it's Alexis, from Stanford. I barely remembered her. Blonde, quiet, always in the library. Alexis, hi. How did you get my number? I'm a paralegal now, at Morrison & Associates. We handle estate planning, tax issues, that sort of thing. Okay. I saw the article about your company. Congratulations. Thanks, but I'm guessing this isn't a social call. No, it's not. She paused. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but your parents are clients. My pen stopped moving. What kind of clients? The kind with serious problems. Asset seizure, unpaid taxes, failed trust structures. They're in deep, Natalia. How deep? Deep enough that they're about to lose the house. The house, the mansion on Finch Hill Road where I'd grown up, where I'd been told I wasn't worthy of the family name, where my mother had worn black to my wedding. When? The foreclosure notice goes out next week. They owe the IRS $400,000, plus penalties. The property's assessed at $3.5 million, but they've got liens against it. Why are you telling me this? Because I remember you from school. You were always decent to everyone, even when you didn't have to be. And because what they did to you at your wedding was cruel. I'd forgotten Alexis was there. She'd been Victoria's +1. How long do they have? 60 days? Maybe 90 if they can get an extension. But, Natalia, they can't cover this. Your father made some terrible investments, and your mother's been living like the money was infinite. After I hung up, I sat staring at the wall for 10 minutes. Then I called Jermaine Price, the real estate attorney Nathaniel had recommended. Jermaine, I need to buy a house, quietly. What kind of quiet are we talking about? The kind where the sellers don't know who's buying until it's too late to back out. Shell company. Whatever it takes. This legal? Completely. I just want privacy. Okay, what's the property? I gave him the address. He whistled low. That's a beautiful house. Expensive neighborhood. You sure you can swing $3.5 million? I'm sure. What I didn't tell him was that Soul and Smoke had just closed a $12 million distribution deal. What I didn't tell him was that I could buy that house with cash and still have enough left over to expand into 3 new states. What I didn't tell him was that I'd been dreaming of this moment for 3 years. I'll set up the LLC today, Jermaine said. What do you want to call it? I thought for a moment. Phoenix Holdings. Phoenix Holdings it is. I'll start the paperwork. That night, Jake found me on the couch with Layla, staring at old photos on my phone. You're quiet tonight, he said, sitting beside us. I found out why Victoria called. Yeah? My parents are broke. They're about to lose the house. Jake was quiet for a long moment. And I'm going to buy it. Nat. They threw me away like garbage, Jake. They refused to meet their granddaughter. They told me I'd never amount to anything. You don't have to prove anything to them, don't I? I looked at him. They said I was worthless. They said you were worthless. They said we'd fail. We didn't fail. No, we didn't. We built something incredible, and now I want them to know it. By buying their house? By owning their house. By holding the deed to everything they thought made them better than us. Jake was quiet, bouncing Layla gently. This isn't going to make you feel better. Maybe not, but it's going to make them feel worse. Is that what you want? I thought about the returned birth announcement, about 2 years of silence, about my mother's face when she told me I wasn't her daughter anymore. Yes, I said. That's exactly what I want. My phone buzzed. A text from Jermaine. LLC established. Ready to make an offer. Another text, this one from an unknown number. The house goes to auction in 6 weeks. Thought you should know. Alexis, keeping me informed. I showed Jake the messages. You're really doing this, he said. I'm really doing this. What happens when they find out it's you? I smiled, and this time it was definitely not a nice smile. They'll find out when I hand them the eviction notice. Jake shook his head, but he was smiling too. You're terrifying when you're angry. Good. They should be terrified. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Jermaine. Offer submitted. Should hear back within 48 hours. I kissed Layla's forehead, breathing in that perfect baby smell. Mommy's about to buy Grandma's house, I whispered to her, and Grandma doesn't even know it yet. The open house was on a Sunday afternoon. I parked 3 blocks away and walked, Layla strapped to my chest in her carrier, both of us dressed down in jeans and sneakers. The house looked smaller than I remembered, or maybe I'd just gotten bigger. A perky realtor in a pink blazer greeted me at the front door. Welcome. I'm Sandra. Are you pre-approved for financing? Just looking today, I said, adjusting Layla's hat. Getting a feel for the market. Of course. This is a truly special property. Original hardwood floors, crown molding, chef's kitchen. I nodded and smiled while she rattled off features I'd grown up with. The marble entryway where I'd practiced piano recitals. The dining room where family dinners had been silent, tense affairs. The living room where my mother had told me I was no longer her daughter. The owners have maintained it beautifully, Sandra continued, though they are motivated sellers. Oh, why's that? Downsizing. You know how it is. Downsizing. Right. I wandered through the rooms, noting the subtle signs of financial strain. The expensive art was gone from the walls, leaving faded rectangles on the wallpaper. The Persian rugs had been replaced with cheaper alternatives. In the master bedroom, my mother's jewelry box sat empty on the dresser. Mommy used to live here, I whispered to Layla, who was chewing on her teething ring, completely unimpressed by the grandeur. Excuse me? Sandra appeared beside me. Nothing, just talking to the baby. In my old bedroom, I found fresh paint covering the walls where my Stanford diploma had once hung. The window seat where I'd spent hours reading was still there, but the custom cushions were gone. This would make a lovely nursery, Sandra said. It would. I was heading downstairs when I heard a familiar voice in the kitchen. Told you we should have listed it higher. My father's voice, sharp with frustration. Martin, we discussed this. We need to move quickly. My mother. I froze on the stairs. Quickly, yes, but not desperately. People can smell desperation. Well, what would you call our situation? Temporary setback. I crept closer to the kitchen doorway, staying out of sight. Temporary? My mother's laugh was bitter. We're about to lose everything because of your temporary setback investments. Those investments would have paid off if what? If the market hadn't crashed? If your business partner hadn't embezzled half the funds? Martin, we're broke. We're not broke. We're cash poor. We can't pay our taxes. We can't make the mortgage. What would you call that? I heard footsteps and quickly moved toward the back door, pretending to examine the garden through the glass. At least Victoria doesn't have to see this, my father said. Victoria has her own problems now. The pregnancy? The pregnancy, the husband she can barely afford to support, the reality that she's not going to inherit what she thought she would. My heart stopped. Victoria was married. She'll be fine, my father said. She's smart. She'll figure it out, like Natalia figured it out. Silence. Don't, my father said finally. Don't what? Don't mention our other daughter, the one who's apparently doing quite well for herself? She made her choice. Did she, or did we make it for her? Vanessa. I saw the article, Martin, the one Victoria showed me. Our daughter built a multi-million-dollar company. Our daughter chose a bartender over her family. Our daughter chose love over money. Maybe she was smarter than we thought. I heard Sandra's heels clicking across the hardwood, heading toward the kitchen. Excuse me, folks, but we have several families viewing today, so if you could— Of course, my mother said. We were just leaving. I ducked into the powder room as they passed, waiting until I heard the front door close. When I emerged, Sandra was straightening brochures on the counter. The owners seem nice, I said casually. Oh yes, lovely people. Going through a difficult time, though. Divorce can be so hard on families. Divorce? Well, I shouldn't gossip, but the wife mentioned they're separating. That's why they need to sell quickly. My parents were getting divorced. My mother was having second thoughts about cutting me off. Victoria was married and struggling financially. Everything was falling apart. I was walking to my car when I heard my name. Natalia? I turned. Victoria was standing by a silver sedan, her pregnancy just starting to show. What are you doing here? She asked, but her tone wasn't surprised. It was angry. Looking at houses. This house? It's a nice house. She walked closer, studying my face. You know, don't you? Know what? About the foreclosure, about the money problems. I adjusted Layla in her carrier. I know a lot of things, Victoria. Are you here to gloat? I'm here to look at a house. Bullshit! Her voice was sharp now. You're here because you found out we're broke and you want to see us suffer. Do I? Don't play games with me, Nat. I know you. Do you? Because the sister I knew wouldn't have let our parents return a birth announcement. Victoria's face flushed. That wasn't my choice. Everything's a choice, Victoria. You just made the easy ones. I started walking toward my car. Natalia, wait. I turned back. Are you going to buy it? The question hung in the air between us. Buy what? The house. Are you going to buy our house? I looked at her, really looked at her, pregnant, scared, finally understanding what it felt like to need family and not have it. Would it matter if I was? She didn't answer, but her silence told me everything I needed to know. The moving truck arrived at 9 a.m. sharp. I stood on the front steps of what was now my house, Layla on my hip, manila envelope in my hand, the same steps where I'd posed for prom photos, where I'd announced my Stanford acceptance, where my mother had told me I was dead to her. The front door opened, and my mother appeared in a silk robe, her hair perfectly styled despite the early hour. She saw me and froze. "Natalia." "Hello, Mom." Her eyes moved from my face to Layla, then to the moving truck backing into the driveway. "What are you doing here?" "I live here now." "What?" I held up the manila envelope. "Phoenix Holdings. That's my company. I bought your house." The color drained from her face. "That's impossible." "Is it? You always said I'd never amount to anything. Turns out you were wrong." "Martin!" she called, her voice shaking. "Martin, get out here!" My father appeared in the doorway, already dressed but looking haggard. When he saw me, his jaw tightened. "What is she doing here?" "She says she bought the house," my mother whispered. "That's ridiculous. The buyer was some holding company." He stopped, his eyes moving to the envelope in my hands. "No." "Yes." I opened the envelope and pulled out the deed. "Phoenix Holdings, LLC. That's me, Dad. Your failure of a daughter just became your landlord." "This is impossible," he said, but his voice was weak. $12 million in revenue last year. Did you see that article? The one Victoria showed you?" I smiled. That was just the beginning. A car door slammed behind me. Victoria was walking up the driveway, her face pale. "Nat, please don't do this." "Don't do what? Exercise my property rights?" "You can't just throw them out." "Actually, I can. It's called eviction. Happens when people can't pay their bills." My mother sank onto the porch swing, her hands shaking. "How did you know?" "About the foreclosure, about the tax liens, about Dad's failed investments." I shrugged. "People talk, especially when you owe them money." "Natalia," my father said, his voice taking on that authoritative tone he'd used when I was a child. "This is vindictive and petty, is it? Or is it business? You taught me that everything comes down to money, remember? Success is measured in dollars. Worth is determined by what you own." "We're your family." "No, you're not. You made that very clear 3 years ago." The movers were unloading boxes now, carrying them toward the front door. My mother watched them like she was in a trance. "Where are we supposed to go?" she asked. "I don't know. Where do people go when they can't afford their lifestyle?" I looked at Victoria. "Maybe you can stay with your sister. Oh, wait, she's married now and struggling financially. Funny how that works." Victoria's face crumpled. "How did you know about the marriage? About the money problems? About the fact that you've been lying to me for months?" I shifted Layla to my other hip. "I know a lot of things, Victoria, including the fact that you knew I was buying this house and didn't warn them." "What?" My mother's head snapped up. "Tell them, Victoria. Tell them how you've known for weeks that Phoenix Holdings was me. Tell them how you could have stopped this but chose not to." "Victoria." My father's voice was dangerous. I didn't know for sure," Victoria stammered. "Bullshit. You've been feeding me information through Alexis for months. You wanted this to happen." "That's not true." "Isn't it? You're pregnant, broke, and tired of being the perfect daughter. You wanted them to fall so you wouldn't have to catch them." Victoria started crying. "I didn't mean for it to happen like this." But you didn't stop it either. My mother stood up slowly, her eyes moving between Victoria and me. You planned this, both of you. I planned this, I said. Victoria just didn't get in my way. Why? The word came out as a whisper. Because you said I'd never build anything of value, so I started with your kingdom. One of the movers approached. Ma'am, where do you want us to start? Living room first, I said. Everything goes. Wait, my father said. We have belongings here, personal items. You have until noon to collect what you can carry. Everything else stays with the house. Natalia, please, my mother said. We can work something out. We can pay you rent. With what money? You're broke, remember? We'll figure it out. We'll get jobs. You'll what? Work for a living? Like the rest of us? The moving truck was getting fuller. Boxes labelled kitchen, master bedroom, Layla's room. My life, moving into their space. I can't believe you're doing this, my father said. Really? Because I learned from the best. You taught me that family is conditional, that love has a price, that people are only worth what they can provide. We never said that. You didn't have to. You showed me. I looked at each of them. You threw me away when I didn't meet your standards. Now you don't meet mine. My mother was sobbing now, ugly tears that ruined her makeup. She's your granddaughter. Doesn't that mean anything? I looked down at Layla, who was reaching for the sunlight filtering through the trees. It means everything, which is why she'll never know what it feels like to be disposable. Victoria stepped forward. Nat, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all of it. Sorry doesn't give me back 3 years. Sorry doesn't undo the returned birth announcement. Sorry doesn't make Layla's grandparents love her. We do love her, my mother whispered. No, you don't. You love the idea of her now that I'm successful. But when she was born, when I needed you, you sent her picture back like garbage. The movers were almost done. My parents stood on the lawn, holding 2 suitcases and a box of photos. You can keep the chandelier, I said as I walked past them toward the front door. Consider it a reminder of how quickly the lights go out. 3 hours later, I was alone in the empty house. The movers had finished. My parents had driven away in silence. Victoria had left, crying, and I was standing in the living room where I'd opened Christmas presents as a child, holding my daughter and feeling absolutely nothing. This is where Mommy grew up, I told Layla, who was more interested in the dust motes dancing in the afternoon light. I walked through each room slowly, my footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors, the dining room where we'd eaten silent dinners, the kitchen where my mother had planned charity galas while ignoring her own daughter's problems, the study where my father had lectured me about responsibility while making investments that would destroy everything. In my parents' bedroom, I found something they'd left behind, a leather journal wedged between the mattress and headboard. I opened it. My mother's handwriting, dated 2 years ago. Martin thinks I'm being too harsh about Natalia's wedding, but he doesn't understand. She was always the smart one, the ambitious one. If she succeeds with this bartender, it proves everything we taught her about status and breeding was wrong. It proves we were wrong. I flipped through more pages. Victoria called today. She's worried about Natalia, says we should reach out. But what if we do and she's thriving? What if she's happy? What if she doesn't need us at all? I can't bear the thought that we threw away our daughter for nothing. Another entry, more recent. Saw the article about her company, $12 million. Martin won't admit it, but he's proud. He keeps the newspaper clipping in his desk drawer. We destroyed our family because we were afraid she'd outshine us. And she did anyway. The last entry was dated just 2 weeks ago. The house is gone. Everything we built, everything we thought mattered. And our daughter, the one we threw away, is the only one who succeeded. Victoria is struggling, pregnant and scared. Natalia is thriving without us. We got exactly what we deserved. I closed the journal, my hands shaking. Natalia? I spun around. Victoria was standing in the bedroom doorway. I thought you left. I did. I came back. She looked around the empty room. I can't believe it's really over. What's over? This. The family. Everything. She sat heavily on the window seat. I'm sorry. For all of it. Which part? The part where you let them cut me off, or the part where you helped me destroy them? Both. Neither. I don't know. She put her hands on her belly. I'm scared, Nat. Of what? Of being like them. Of raising a child who thinks love is conditional. I sat beside her, still holding Layla. Then don't. It's not that simple. Isn't it? Victoria was quiet for a long moment. There's something I never told you about why they cut you off so completely. What? Dad had set up a trust fund for both of us, but when you got married, he transferred your portion to my name. My blood went cold. What? $2 million. It was supposed to be yours, but he gave it to me instead. Said you'd made your choice. You've had my inheritance for 3 years. I didn't want it. I told him to give it back to you, but he refused. Said if you wanted money, you could earn it yourself. Where is it now? Victoria's face crumpled. Gone. Dave, my husband. He had some business ideas, bad ones. We lost everything 6 months ago. You lost my inheritance? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I tried to stop him, but... But what? You thought it was yours to lose? No. I thought I could make it grow, give it back to you with interest. I thought I could fix everything. I stared at her, this sister I'd once shared everything with. You stole from me. For 3 years, you stole from me. I was going to tell you... When? When you needed my help? When you realized you were just as disposable as I was? That's not fair. Fair? I stood up, Layla stirring in my arms. Fair would have been getting my inheritance. Fair would have been having my family at my daughter's birth. Fair would have been not having to buy my childhood home to prove I'm worth something. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to destroy them. They destroyed themselves. I just watched it happen. And you enjoyed it. I looked at her, really looked at her, pregnant, broke, abandoned by the same parents who'd abandoned me. In another life we might have been allies. No, I said quietly. I didn't enjoy it, but I needed it. Why? Because they needed to know what it feels like to lose everything, to be thrown away, to have the people who are supposed to love you turn their backs when you need them most. Victoria started crying again. What happens now? Now you figure out how to take care of your family without relying on people who see you as an investment. And us? Is there an us anymore? I walked to the window, looking out at the garden where we'd played as children. I don't know, Victoria. You helped me get my revenge, but you also stole my inheritance. You missed 3 years of my life, but you're here now. I want to try, to be sisters again. Sisters don't steal from each other. Sisters don't destroy each other either. She had a point. I'm keeping the house, I said finally. I know. And I'm not giving you money. I wouldn't take it, but maybe... I turned back to her. Maybe Layla could meet her aunt, someday. Victoria's face lit up with hope. Really? Someday, when you've figured out how to be the person you want to be instead of the person they made you. How long will that take? I looked down at Layla, who was sleeping peacefully despite everything falling apart around her. However long it takes. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was on a crisp October morning. I stood on the front steps of the mansion, my mansion, watching as local news crews set up their cameras. The banner stretched across the entrance read, Phoenix House, Arts Residency for Underprivileged Youth. You ready for this? Jake asked, adjusting his tie. He still wasn't comfortable with the formal events, but he'd learned to play the part. I've been ready for this since the day I bought the place. Layla tugged on my dress. Mommy, when do the kids get here? Next week, baby. 12 young artists are going to live here and create beautiful things. Like my drawings? Even better than your drawings. The mayor approached with his practiced smile. Ms. Palmer, this is truly generous. Converting your family home into an art center. It's inspiring. It's not generosity, I said. It's purpose. The cameras rolled as I cut the ribbon. Reporters asked questions about funding, about my motivation, about the symbolism of transforming a private mansion into a public resource. This house was built on the idea that some people matter more than others, I told Channel 7. Now it's going to prove that talent and creativity exist everywhere, regardless of zip code or bank account. After the ceremony, Jake and I walked through the renovated spaces. The dining room was now a music studio. The living room had become a gallery. My old bedroom was an art studio with north-facing windows and easels waiting for young painters. Your parents would hate this, Jake said, running his hand along the new sound panels in what used to be my father's study. Good. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Saw the news coverage. Beautiful thing you've done. M. Martin. My father. I showed Jake the message. You going to respond? No. But I didn't delete it either. We were loading Layla into the car when Victoria appeared in the driveway, pushing a stroller. Her daughter Emma was 6 months old now, with Victoria's blonde hair and curious eyes. Hi, she said, uncertain. Hi. I saw the ceremony on the news. It's amazing what you've done. Thanks. We stood there awkwardly, two sisters who'd shared a childhood but lost each other somewhere along the way. I got a job, Victoria said finally. Teaching at the community college. Art history. That's good. It doesn't pay much, but it's honest work. She paused. I'm learning what that means. Layla climbed out of the car and walked over to the stroller. Is that my cousin? Yes, I said. That's Emma. She's little. You were little once too. Victoria knelt down to Layla's level. Would you like to meet her properly? Layla nodded solemnly. Victoria lifted Emma from the stroller, and my daughter gently touched the baby's hand. She's soft, Layla whispered. Babies are soft, Victoria said. They need us to be gentle with them. I watched my daughter and my sister, this moment of connection that felt both foreign and familiar. Victoria, I said. Yeah? Do you want to bring Emma to Layla's birthday party next month? Her face lit up. Really? Really? But just you and Emma, not them. I understand. After she left, Jake and I sat on the front steps while Layla played in the garden. You know what's funny? I said. What? I got everything I wanted. The house, the business, the revenge. I proved them wrong about everything. But I still feel empty sometimes, like I won a game I never really wanted to play. Jake took my hand. Maybe that's the point. Maybe winning isn't about beating them. Maybe it's about building something better. I looked at the banner still hanging over the entrance, at the house that would soon be filled with young voices and creative energy. You think the kids will be happy here? I think they'll be grateful, and I think that's what matters. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a photo from Victoria, Emma sleeping in her crib, with a note. Thank you for giving us a chance. I typed back, thank you for taking it. Layla ran over, her dress grass-stained and her hair messy. Mommy, can we go home now? This is home, baby. No, our real home, with my toys and my bed. She was right. This house, beautiful as it was, wasn't home. Home was our apartment above the laundromat where we'd built our dreams. Home was the kitchen table where Jake had sketched his first business plan. Home was wherever we were together. Yeah, I said, scooping her up. Let's go home. As we drove away, I looked back at the mansion one last time. Tomorrow, construction crews would start on the final renovations. Next week, 12 young artists would move in and start creating. And someday, maybe one of them would build something incredible from nothing, just like we had. Some inherit mansions, others inherit wounds. I built an empire from both, but the real victory wasn't the empire. It was knowing that Layla would inherit something different, the knowledge that love isn't conditional, that worth isn't measured in dollars, and that the best revenge is a life well lived. The house disappeared behind us as we drove toward our real home, our real life, our real family. And for the first time in years, that felt like enough.
They toasted to Emily's future. I raised my phone instead of my glass. My name is Kiara, and I've spent 29 years being invisible in my own family. Tonight, on my birthday, I discovered just how invisible I really was. I deliberately stayed late at the coffee shop, grading freelance design projects until my laptop battery died. Call it self-preservation. Birthdays in the Allen household had become exercises in disappointment, so I figured I'd skip the awkwardness entirely, maybe grab takeout, watch Netflix, pretend I didn't care that my parents forgot again. The house was blazing with lights when I pulled into the driveway. Cars lined the street. My Aunt Robin's BMW, my dad's business partner's Tesla, even Mrs. Henderson from next door. My heart did this stupid little flutter. Maybe they hadn't forgotten. Maybe this was why Mum had been so evasive on the phone yesterday. I fumbled with my keys, already planning my surprised face, when the front door swung open. "Ciara, there you are!" Mum's voice carried that fake brightness she reserved for company. "We were wondering when you'd show up." The living room was packed. Balloons everywhere, a catered spread on the dining table, champagne glasses catching the light. Everyone turned to look at me, and for one perfect second I thought, "Happy birthday, Emily!" someone shouted from the kitchen. The words hit like ice water. Emily emerged from the crowd, radiant in a designer dress I'd never seen before. She threw her arms around me with theatrical enthusiasm. "Ciara, I'm so glad you made it to my party." "Your party." The words came out flat. "Well, it's your birthday too, technically," she laughed, loud enough for everyone to hear. "But you know how it is. I actually do things with my life." The room erupted in polite laughter. My mother beamed at Emily like she'd just cured cancer. I stood there in my work clothes, jeans and a sweater that had seen better days, while Emily held court in my living room. My living room. The mortgage payments came out of my account every month, but somehow this felt like her space now. "Ciara, honey, grab a drink," Dad said, not looking at me. He was deep in conversation with his golf buddy about Emily's new marketing job. Emily was just telling us about her promotion. I walked to the kitchen in a daze. The cake sat on the counter, 3 layers, professional frosting, elegant script that read, "Happy birthday, Emily and Ciara." Except my name looked like an afterthought, squeezed in smaller letters at the end. "Isn't it funny?" Robin appeared beside me, wine glass in hand. "Same birthday, but Emily's always been the one who knows how to celebrate properly. You're so low-key." Low-key, that's what they called it when I didn't demand attention, when I paid for things quietly, when I cleaned up after their messes without complaint. "Where did you disappear to today, anyway?" Mum joined us, cutting generous slices of cake. "Emily's been here since noon, helping set up. She even brought the champagne." "I was working." "Oh, that little computer thing you do." She waved dismissively. "Well, you're here now. Try to mingle. Emily's friends are all so accomplished." Emily's friends. In my house. Eating cake with my name grudgingly included. I watched Emily pose for photos by the fireplace, the same spot where my college graduation pictures used to hang. They'd been replaced months ago with her headshots from some amateur modelling thing she'd tried. "Speech! Speech!" someone called out. Emily grabbed a champagne flute and tapped it with a fork. The room quieted. "I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight," she began, voice carrying perfectly. "This year has been incredible. The new job, the new apartment, well, let's just say new everything." She shot a meaningful look at someone in the crowd. And I couldn't have done any of it without family support. Family support. I thought about the bank transfers I'd been tracking, the ones that showed up as emergency loans but never got paid back, the ones that coincidentally matched Emily's shopping sprees. "To Emily," Dad raised his glass, "our shining star." Everyone drank, everyone except me. I pulled out my phone instead, opening the recording app I'd been using for months. Not for this, originally. I'd started documenting things after the 3rd time Mum claimed I'd agreed to pay for something I'd never heard of. But tonight felt different. Tonight felt like evidence. "And of course," Emily continued, "thanks to Ciara for letting us use her place. She wouldn't have done anything special anyway, right?" More laughter, more toasts, more of my life being rewritten in real time. I hit record and slipped the phone into my pocket. They had no idea I'd been keeping track of everything. Every slight, every theft disguised as family obligation. Every time they'd made me feel like a stranger in my own life. But tonight, my birthday, celebrated as someone else's triumph in my own home, tonight was the final piece I needed. The party continued around me, but I was already somewhere else, already planning. They thought I was too meek to fight back. They were about to learn how wrong they'd been. The party finally ended at midnight. I helped clean up in silence while Emily held court on my couch, scrolling through photos on her phone with Mom and Robin. "This one's perfect for Instagram," Emily said, showing them a shot of her blowing out candles. "The lighting is so good in here, Ciara. You should really let me use this space more often." I stacked plates with mechanical precision. After they left, I sat in my kitchen with my laptop and a bottle of wine I'd been saving for a special occasion. Turned out my birthday was special, just not how I'd expected. The bank statements loaded slowly. 3 months of transactions I'd been too busy to scrutinise properly, too trusting to question. There it was. March 15th, $12,800 transfer to Family Emergency Fund. I remembered that call from Dad. Emily's car had broken down, needed immediate repairs. Could I help just this once? March 20th, Emily's Instagram story from a spa weekend in Napa. April 3rd, another $1,500 for medical expenses. April 5th, Emily's post about her new designer handbag collection. May 12th, $3,200 for home repairs. May 14th, Emily's housewarming party photos, new furniture, everything matching, everything expensive. Jesus Christ, the words slipped out as I scrolled deeper. My phone buzzed, text from Serena, my roommate who was visiting her parents this week. How was the birthday? Did they actually remember this year? I called her instead of texting back. Hey, birthday girl, wait, you sound weird. What happened? They threw Emily a party in my house on my birthday. Silence. Then, I'm sorry, what now? I told her everything. The cake, the toasts, the casual dismissal of my existence. Serena made increasingly outraged noises. That's it, she said finally. I'm driving back tonight. Don't, I'm fine. You're not fine. You're using your scary, calm voice. What are you planning? I looked at the bank statements spread across my kitchen table. Remember how you said I should document everything, in case they tried to gaslight me again? Yeah? I've been recording conversations for 3 months, and I just found something interesting in the family trust paperwork. Oh, shit. What kind of interesting? I pulled out the folder I'd been avoiding since Grandma Celeste died 2 years ago. Legal documents, investment statements, things that made my head hurt. But tonight, with wine and rage as motivation, the words came into focus. Serena, listen to this. Upon the primary beneficiary reaching age 28, full executor privileges transfer from the appointed guardian to said beneficiary, including all decisions regarding fund distribution and account access. Okay, translate that into human. I turned 29 today. The trust fund my parents have been managing, the one they've been using to fund Emily's lifestyle, I can take control of it, all of it. Holy shit, how much are we talking about? I scrolled through the investment summary. The number made me dizzy. Enough to matter, a lot. Chiara, this is huge. Your grandmother left you. She left me everything, and my parents have been treating it like their personal ATM for Emily's adventures. I clicked through more statements. Look at this. Last month they moved money into some investment account I've never seen before. Guess whose name is on the beneficiary list? Please tell me you're joking. Emily Ford, my cousin, is listed as the backup beneficiary on an account funded with my inheritance. Serena was quiet for a long moment. What are you going to do? I stared at Emily's Instagram, still open on my phone. Her latest story showed her at dinner with someone whose back looked familiar. The next slide showed their hands intertwined across the table. A men's watch I recognised. Is that Bradley's watch? I zoomed in on the photo. Who's Bradley? My ex, the one who said he needed space to figure things out. Apparently he figured it out with Emily. Oh, fuck no, absolutely not. We're burning this whole thing down. I screenshotted the image, added it to the folder on my desktop labelled evidence. 3 months of recordings, bank statements, social media posts, and now this. Serena, how hard would it be to make a video, something that tells the whole story? With your graphic design skills and my tech background, we could make something that goes viral. But Chiara, are you sure? Once you put this out there, there's no taking it back. I thought about Emily's speech tonight, about Mom dismissing my work as that little computer thing, about Dad toasting their shining star while I stood invisible in my own kitchen. They made their choice a long time ago. I'm just finally making mine. Okay, I'll be there by morning. We're going to need coffee, snacks, and a really good internet connection. And a lawyer. I'm calling the trust administrator first thing Monday. This is going to be epic. Your grandmother would be proud. I looked at the framed photo on my counter. Grandma Celeste and me at my college graduation. She'd been the only one who came, the only one who ever saw me. Yeah, I said softly. I think she would. After we hung up, I opened a new document on my laptop, started typing out a timeline, every slight, every theft, every moment they'd made me feel like I didn't belong in my own family. They'd spent years erasing me from the narrative. Time to write my own story. Serena arrived at 7 a.m. with 3 coffees and a bag of donuts. Okay, show me everything, she said, setting up her laptop next to mine on the dining table. I'd been awake all night organising files, audio recordings, bank statements, screenshots, even old family photos where I'd been cropped out or replaced. The evidence covered every surface. Jesus, Chiara, this is like a documentary waiting to happen. Start with this one. I played the recording from 2 months ago. Mum's voice came through clearly. Emily just has that spark, you know. She lights up a room. Ciara's always been more background. It's not her fault. She just doesn't have Emily's presence. And she said this knowing you were in the house. Kitchen, making them dinner. I clicked to another file. Here's Dad explaining why Emily deserved the trust money more than me. His voice. Emily's got real ambitions, marketing career, social connections. Ciara just does freelance work on her computer. The money will have more impact with Emily. Serena's jaw dropped. They actually said that about your grandmother's money. Wait, it gets better. I pulled up the bank transfers. Look at the dates. Every time Emily posts about a new purchase, there's a corresponding withdrawal from the trust 3 days earlier. This is insane. How long has this been going on? Since Grandma died, 2 years of treating me like their personal ATM. I opened Emily's Instagram, and here's the kicker. The photo from last night was still up. Emily and Bradley at dinner, her engagement ring catching the restaurant lighting. She's engaged to your ex. Posted it an hour ago. Look at the caption. Serena read aloud. Sometimes the best things come when you least expect them. Bradley proposed with my dream ring. Vintage Cartier, just like I always wanted. Can't wait to start our new life together. That ring cost 12 grand. Guess where the money came from? The trust fund. Bingo! My inheritance bought my cousin an engagement ring to marry my ex-boyfriend. Serena stared at the screen. We're making this video today, right now. We spent the morning editing. Serena handled the technical side while I crafted the narrative. Clean graphics, clear timeline, devastating evidence. The audio clips played over screenshots of the bank transfers. Emily's Instagram posts appeared next to the corresponding withdrawals. What should we call it? Serena asked, uploading the final version. How my family celebrated my birthday. Without me. Perfect. Posting in 3, 2... My phone rang before she hit 1. Unknown number. Miss Allen, this is Deacon O'Connor from O'Connor and Associates. I'm the executor of your grandmother's trust. My stomach dropped. Is everything okay? That's what I'm calling to ask you. I've been reviewing the account activity, and there are some irregularities I'd like to discuss. What kind of irregularities? Large transfers that don't match the documentation I have on file. Your parents submitted requests for educational expenses and medical emergencies, but the amounts seem excessive. Serena was gesturing frantically at her screen. The video had 500 views already. Mr. O'Connor, I think we need to meet, today if possible. I was hoping you'd say that. Can you come to my office this afternoon? And Miss Allen, bring any documentation you might have regarding these transfers. After I hung up, Serena showed me her laptop. Look at this. The view count was climbing rapidly, 1,200 views, comments pouring in. Oh my God, this is my family too. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Your cousin seems like a total narcissist. Is that legal, using someone else's inheritance? This is going viral, Serena said. People are sharing it everywhere. My phone buzzed with notifications. Facebook, Instagram, even LinkedIn. The video was spreading across platforms. Then Mum called. Ciara, what the hell is this video? Take it down right now. Hi, Mum. How was Emily's engagement party? Don't be smart with me. This is humiliating. People are calling me, asking questions. Questions about what? The truth. You're making us look like monsters. We're family, Ciara. Family doesn't air dirty laundry in public. Family doesn't steal from each other either. We never stole anything. That money was for emergencies. Emily's spa weekends were emergencies. Silence. Take down the video, Ciara. I'm not asking. Actually, you are asking, and the answer is no. I hung up and immediately changed all my passwords. Bank accounts, social media, email, everything. Then I called the bank. I need to freeze all joint accounts immediately. Yes, I'll hold. Serena was refreshing the video stats. 5,000 views? This is insane. Mr. O'Connor's office is downtown. Want to come with me? Absolutely, but first, look at this comment. She pointed to her screen. Someone had tagged 3 local news stations and a viral content blogger. This story has legs, the comment read. Someone should investigate this family. My phone rang again. Emily this time. You psychotic bitch, she screamed before I could say hello. How dare you try to ruin my engagement? Bradley's family is asking questions. My boss saw the video. Maybe don't steal from family members if you don't want people to know about it. I never stole anything. That money was freely given. By who? It wasn't Mum and Dad's money to give. You're just jealous because I actually do something with my life instead of hiding behind a computer screen like some pathetic... I hung up and blocked her number. Ready to go see the lawyer? I asked Serena. Let's go get your money back. As we drove downtown, my phone kept buzzing with notifications. The video had hit 8,000 views and counting. All this time, they thought I was too meek to read the fine print. They were about to learn how wrong they'd been. Deacon O'Connor's office smelled like leather and old money. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 50s, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Miss Allen, thank you for coming so quickly. He gestured to the chairs across from his mahogany desk. And you are? Serena, Kiara's roommate and moral support. Good, she'll need it. He opened a thick file folder. I've been your grandmother's attorney for 15 years. Celeste was particular about her wishes. What do you mean? She suspected this might happen. The favoritism, the financial manipulation. She left very specific instructions. He pulled out a sealed envelope. This was to be given to you only if irregularities were discovered in the trust management. My hands shook as I opened it. Grandma Celeste's handwriting, shaky but determined. My dearest Kiara, if you're reading this, it means they've done exactly what I feared. Your mother has always been jealous of what she couldn't control, and Emily has always been her weapon of choice. The trust was meant for you. Every penny. I've left evidence with Deacon. Use it. Don't let them erase you anymore. Love, Grandma. There's more, Deacon said gently. He pulled out a small recording device. She made this 3 months before she died. Grandma's voice filled the room, weaker than I remembered, but absolutely clear. Michaela, I'm telling you one final time. This trust is for Kiara, not Emily, not the family, not your emergencies. Ciara, when I'm gone, you are not to touch a single dollar without her explicit written consent. Mum's voice responded, Mother, you're being dramatic. We're all family here. What's good for one is good for all. What's good for Kiara has never mattered to you. Promise me, Michaela. Fine, I promise. The recording ended. Deacon looked grim. Your mother signed documents swearing she would honour these wishes. Every transfer made without your knowledge violates both the trust terms and her legal obligations. How much are we talking about? Serena asked. The original trust was worth $340,000. Current value, with investments, should be around $425,000. Based on the transfers I've tracked, approximately $78,000 has been moved without proper authorization. I felt dizzy. $78,000? That's just what I can document. There may be more. He handed me another folder. I need you to sign these forms. They'll give you full control of the trust and freeze all current access for other parties. While I signed, my phone buzzed constantly. Serena kept checking the video stats. 15,000 views, she whispered, and someone shared it in a Facebook group called Narcissistic Family Survivors. It's blowing up there. Miss Allen, Deacon continued, there's something else. Your grandmother also left you this house. What house? The family home, where you currently live. It's been in your name since her death, but the paperwork was delayed by your parents. They've been living there as your tenants, essentially. They never told me I owned the house. No, they wouldn't have, but you do, and as the owner, you have every right to make decisions about who lives there. My phone rang. Dad this time. Ciara, sweetheart, we need to talk. This video's getting out of hand. Is it? I think it's just getting started. People are calling your mother's work, asking questions. She might lose her position on the hospital board. That sounds like a consequence. Don't be cruel, we're family. Family doesn't steal $78,000 from their daughter's inheritance. Silence. Then, how did you... We can explain everything. I'm sure you can, but I'm not interested in explanations anymore. I hung up and turned to Deacon. What do I need to do to evict them? Given the circumstances, I'd recommend 30 days' notice, standard tenant eviction process. Do it! Serena grabbed my arm. Ciara, look at this! She showed me her phone. A local news blogger had picked up the story. Viral video exposes family financial abuse when birthday parties become breaking points. They interviewed some family psychology expert, Serena said. She's calling it a textbook case of financial and emotional abuse. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Hi, this is Jessica from Channel 7 News. We'd love to interview you about your viral video. Are you available? Then another. This is Marcus from the Daily Herald. Your story is resonating with our readers. Can we talk? This is insane, I said. Deacon smiled. Your grandmother would be proud. She always said you were stronger than they gave you credit for. Mr. O'Connor, I need to ask you something. Did you know about what they were doing? He looked uncomfortable. I suspected, but I needed proof. Your parents were very careful about the paperwork, very convincing about the emergencies. I should have investigated sooner. But you're helping now. Yes, and there's more help coming. He pulled out another document. I've been in contact with the State Attorney General's office. Financial elder abuse is a serious crime, even when the victim is deceased. They're interested in reviewing the case. Serena's eyes went wide. Criminal charges? Potentially. Depends on what the investigation uncovers. My phone rang again. Emily, calling from a different number. You need to stop this right now, she sobbed. Bradley's parents are asking questions about the ring. My boss wants to meet with HR. You're ruining my life. I'm not ruining anything. I'm just telling the truth. The truth? The truth is, you're a bitter, jealous loser who can't stand that I'm successful. Emily, you bought your success with my money. That's not success. That's theft. It wasn't theft. Your parents gave us that money. With what authority? It wasn't theirs to give. She was crying now. Please, Ciara, I'll pay it back. We can work something out. You're right, we can, through lawyers. I hung up and looked at Deacon. How long before the eviction notice is served? I can have it delivered tomorrow morning. Perfect. I stood up, feeling lighter than I had in years. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor, for everything. Thank your grandmother. She set this all in motion. As we walked to the car, Serena checked the video one more time. 22,000 views, and look at this comment. Update us. We're all rooting for you. Think I should? Absolutely. People are invested now. They want to see justice. I looked at my phone, at all the missed calls and angry texts from my family. Then let's give them a show. The eviction notice was served at 8 a.m. sharp. I watched from my bedroom window as the process server handed the papers to Dad on the front porch. His face went white as he read. My phone started ringing immediately. Ciara, what have you done? Mum's voice was shrill. Eviction? This is our home? Actually, it's my home. Has been for 2 years. You just never bothered to tell me. You can't be serious. Where are we supposed to go? I don't know. Maybe Emily can help. She seems to have plenty of money these days. This is insane. You're destroying the family over money. No, Mum. You destroyed the family when you decided Emily mattered more than I did. The money just made it obvious. I hung up and checked the video stats. 35,000 views overnight. The comments section had become a support group. My sister did this to me with our dad's estate. This is why I went no contact with my family. Stay strong. You're doing the right thing. Serena emerged from the kitchen with coffee and her laptop. You need to see this. She'd been monitoring social media all morning. Emily's Instagram was in meltdown mode. 3 posts in the last hour, each more desperate than the last. Family drama is so toxic, some people just can't be happy for others. When jealousy makes people cruel, praying for healing. Sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who should love you. She's not even denying it, Serena said. She's just playing victim. Look at the comments, though. Emily's usual supporters were notably quiet. Instead, strangers were asking pointed questions. Is this about that viral video? Did you really use your cousin's inheritance money? That ring looks expensive for someone just starting their career. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Hey, this is Ashley. I went to college with Emily. Can we talk? I have some information you might find interesting. I called the number. Kiara? Oh my God, thank you for calling. I saw your video and I had to reach out. What kind of information? About Emily's job, the marketing position she's always bragging about. She got fired 3 weeks ago, falsified her resume apparently, claimed she had experience she didn't have, took credit for campaigns she never worked on. She got fired? Yeah, but she's been pretending she still works there. I only know because my friend works in HR. They're actually considering legal action for some of the stuff she claimed. After I hung up, Serena was staring at her screen with wide eyes. What now? Someone found Emily's LinkedIn. Look at this work history. She'd listed herself as Senior Marketing Director at a company where she'd actually been an unpaid intern. Brand Strategy Consultant for a job that lasted 3 weeks. Creative Campaign Manager for projects that didn't exist. Her entire professional identity is fake, Serena said, just like everything else about her. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw a woman in a business suit holding a microphone. A cameraman stood behind her. Channel 7 News, she called out. We'd love to get your side of the story. I opened the door. I'm Jessica Martinez. We spoke yesterday? Right, come in. The interview lasted an hour. Jessica asked thoughtful questions. Let me tell the whole story without interruption. When I played the recording of Grandma Celeste, her eyes filled with tears. This is incredibly powerful, she said. When will this air? Tonight at 6. We're calling it Birthday Betrayal, a Family's Financial Deception Exposed. After they left, Deacon called. Miss Allen, I have an update. The Attorney General's office wants to meet with you tomorrow. They're opening a formal investigation. Into what exactly? Financial elder abuse, fraud, potentially identity theft. Using your name on investment accounts without your knowledge could constitute several felonies. Felonies? I'm afraid so. Your parents could face serious charges. I sat down hard. This was bigger than I'd imagined. There's more, Deacon continued. I found another account. Your grandmother had a separate savings account, never mentioned in the will. She left instructions that it should go to you if anything happened to the trust. How much? $47,000, untouched. My hands were shaking. She knew, she actually knew they'd try this. Celeste was many things, but naive wasn't one of them. She protected you the only way she could. After we hung up, I sat in Grandma's old chair, my chair now, and looked around the living room. For the first time in years, it felt like home. Serena showed me her phone. The video hit 50,000 views, and look at this. Someone had created a hashtag, Shish Justice for Ciara. People were sharing their own stories of family financial abuse, tagging the video, demanding updates. You've started something, Serena said. My phone rang. Bradley's name appeared on the screen. Don't answer it, Serena said. No, I want to hear this. Ciara, we need to talk. This whole thing has gotten out of hand. Has it? Or is it finally in hand for the first time? Emily's devastated. She's talking about hurting herself. This needs to stop. Then maybe she should stop lying and start taking responsibility. She made mistakes, okay? But she doesn't deserve to have her life destroyed over it. What about my life, Bradley? Did I deserve to have mine destroyed? Silence. The ring, I continued, the one you proposed with, do you know where the money came from? Emily said her parents helped. My inheritance. You proposed to my cousin with a ring bought with my dead grandmother's money. I didn't know. Chiara, I swear I didn't know. But you know now, so what are you going to do about it? He hung up. 20 minutes later, Emily's Instagram story appeared. A photo of her bare ring finger with the caption, "Sometimes love isn't enough." "Looks like the engagement's off," Serena said. "Good. Maybe now she'll understand what consequences feel like." The evening news was brutal. Jessica had done her homework, interviewing financial abuse experts, showing the bank records, playing Grandma's recording. The story painted a clear picture of systematic theft and emotional manipulation. My phone exploded with notifications. The video views doubled in an hour. But the best message came from an unexpected source, Mrs. Henderson, our elderly neighbour. "Chiara, I saw the news. Your grandmother would be so proud. She used to tell me you were the strong one, that someday everyone would see it. Looks like someday is today." I smiled, looking at Grandma's photo on the mantel. She was talking to you, I thought. All along she was talking to you. The lawsuit papers arrived by courier at 9 a.m. Emily was suing me for defamation, claiming the video contained malicious falsehoods designed to destroy her reputation and career prospects. "She's actually doing this," I said, reading the complaint aloud to Serena. "She wants $100,000 in damages." For telling the truth? Apparently the truth is defamatory now. My phone rang. Deacon sounded amused. "Miss Allen, I assume you've seen Miss Ford's lawsuit?" "Just got it. Should I be worried?" "Not even slightly. In fact, this might be the best thing that could have happened. She's opened herself up to discovery, which means we can subpoena every financial record, every text message, every piece of evidence we need." "So she basically just handed us more ammunition?" "Exactly. I'll file our response today. This case won't last a month." After hanging up, I checked the video stats. 75,000 views and climbing. The news coverage had pushed it into viral territory. But the real surprise was waiting in my email inbox. "Dear Ms. Allen, I'm Rebecca Martinez, producer for the podcast Family Secrets Exposed. Your story has resonated with thousands of our listeners. Would you consider doing a full episode about your experience? We'd love to help amplify your message about financial abuse awareness." A podcast. This was getting bigger than I'd ever imagined. The doorbell interrupted my thoughts. Through the window, I saw Mum standing on the porch with 2 suitcases. "Chiara, please, we need to talk." I opened the door but didn't invite her in. "The eviction notice says we have 30 days, but we can't stay here, not with all this attention. The reporters won't leave us alone." "That sounds like a you problem." "Don't be cruel. I'm your mother." "Are you?" "Because mothers don't usually steal from their children and then play victim when they get caught." Her face crumpled. "It wasn't stealing. That money was for family emergencies." "Emily's shopping sprees were emergencies." "You don't understand the pressure we were under. Emily needed help getting established, and you were doing fine on your own." "I was doing fine because I was paying for everything. My house, my bills, and apparently Emily's lifestyle too. She's family, Chiara. Family helps family." "Then why didn't family help me? When did anyone ever ask what I needed?" Mum's voice rose. "You never asked for anything. You were always so independent, so closed off. Emily needed us." "Emily used you, and you let her because it was easier than actually parenting your own daughter." "That's not—" She stopped, looking defeated. "What do you want from me? An apology? Fine, I'm sorry. There, are you happy?" "I don't want your apology, Mom. I want my money back, all of it." "We don't have it. Most of it's gone." "Then you better figure out how to get it back." I started to close the door, but she put her hand against it. "Please, Chiara, think about what you're doing. This lawsuit, the news coverage, the investigation. You're destroying our family." "No, Mom, you destroyed our family when you decided I didn't matter. I'm just making sure everyone knows about it." "You're being vindictive." "I'm being honest. There's a difference." After she left, I called the podcast producer back. "Rebecca, this is Chiara Allen. I'd love to do the interview." The recording session was scheduled for the next day, but first I had to deal with another crisis. Serena burst through the front door, laptop in hand. "You need to see this. Emily just posted a response video." She'd uploaded a 20-minute tearful monologue to YouTube. Sitting in what looked like a hotel room, makeup smeared, she told her version of the story. "My cousin has always been jealous of me," she sobbed. "She's trying to destroy my life because I got engaged and she's still single. The money she's talking about, that was freely given by my aunt and uncle for legitimate expenses, but she's twisting everything to make me look bad." "She's doubling down," Serena said, "even after being served with the lawsuit." Look at the comments, though. The response was brutal. People weren't buying Emily's victim act. Where are the receipts for these legitimate expenses? If the money was freely given, why didn't you know about the trust? This sounds like Darvo: deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. Your cousin has bank records. What do you have? One comment stood out. "I work at the law firm handling this case. Discovery is going to be very interesting." My phone buzzed with a text from Ashley, Emily's former college friend. "Did you see her video? I have more information. Can we talk?" I called her immediately. "Ciara, I couldn't stay quiet after seeing that performance. Emily did this same thing in college, stole money from our sorority fund, then played victim when she got caught." "She stole from a sorority?" $2,000 for a family emergency that turned out to be a spring break trip. When we confronted her, she cried and said we were bullying her. Sound familiar? Very familiar. I have the old emails if you want them. Shows a pattern of behaviour. After we hung up, Deacon called with more news. "The Attorney General's office moved quickly. They're freezing all accounts associated with your parents pending the investigation." What does that mean? It means they can't access any money, can't sell any assets, can't make any major financial moves until this is resolved. How long will that take? Months, potentially. But there's more. They found irregularities in your father's business accounts too. Looks like he might have been using company funds to cover some of the family expenses. Company funds? His business partner is cooperating with investigators. Apparently your father's been very creative with expense reports. I sat down hard. This was spiralling beyond anything I'd imagined. "Ciara, are you okay with how big this has gotten?" I looked around the living room, my living room, and thought about Grandma Celeste's letter, about years of being invisible, dismissed, erased from my own family's story. "Yeah," I said finally, "I'm okay with it." "Good, because tomorrow's podcast is going to reach a lot more people. Are you ready for that?" I thought about Emily's fake tears, Mom's non-apology, Dad's creative accounting. I'm ready. "One more thing. Your parents want to meet. They're talking about a settlement. Tell them I'll see them in court." After hanging up, I opened my laptop and started typing a response to Emily's video. Not angry, not emotional, just facts. Bank records, dates, amounts. Let the evidence speak for itself. "The truth doesn't need tears," I wrote. "It just needs documentation." I hit publish and watched the view counter start climbing immediately. They'd made their choice years ago. Now they were living with the consequences, and I was just getting started. The podcast went live on Tuesday morning. By noon, it had been downloaded 50,000 times. Rebecca had done her homework, weaving together my story with expert commentary on financial abuse and family scapegoating. The episode was called "The Birthday That Changed Everything," and it was devastating. "This is textbook narcissistic family dynamics," the psychologist explained. One child is elevated as the golden child, while the other is systematically devalued. The financial abuse is just another tool of control. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the release. Interview requests, speaking opportunities, even a literary agent asking about book rights. But the call I'd been waiting for came from Deacon at 2 p.m. "Ciara, we have a problem, a big one." "What now?" "The investigators found something in your father's business accounts. He's been running a side operation using client information to set up fake investment accounts." "What kind of fake accounts?" Identity theft. He's been using client names and social security numbers to open accounts, then funneling money through them to hide the source. Some of that money ended up funding Emily's lifestyle. My stomach dropped. How much money are we talking about? Over $200,000. The FBI is involved now. The FBI? Wire fraud, identity theft, money laundering. This is federal territory now. Your father could be looking at serious prison time. I sat down hard. What about Mum? She's claiming ignorance, but her signature is on some of the paperwork. The investigators aren't buying it. After hanging up, I found Serena in the kitchen, laptop open, monitoring the social media explosion. The podcast is everywhere, she said. Twitter, TikTok, Reddit. People are calling it the most satisfying revenge story they've ever heard. It's not revenge anymore. It's a criminal investigation. What do you mean? I told her about Dad's business, the identity theft, the FBI involvement. Her eyes went wide. Holy shit, Ciara, this is huge. This is terrifying. I just wanted them to stop stealing from me. I didn't want to destroy their lives. They destroyed their own lives. You just turned on the lights. My phone rang. Unknown number. Miss Allen, this is Agent Sarah Chen with the FBI Financial Crimes Unit. I winced at the name, but answered professionally. Yes? We need to speak with you about your father's business activities. Can you come in tomorrow morning? Am I in trouble? No, ma'am, you're a victim, but we need your testimony to build our case. After scheduling the meeting, I checked Emily's social media. Her accounts had gone dark except for one post. Taking a break from social media for my mental health. Thank you to everyone who has supported me during this difficult time. The comments were brutal. Maybe use this time to think about paying back what you stole. Mental health break or damage control? Your cousin is the one who needs support, not you. Then Serena showed me something that made my blood run cold. Look at this LinkedIn post. Emily had updated her profile. Currently exploring new opportunities after a successful tenure in marketing, open to remote work and consulting opportunities. She's job hunting, Serena said, using the same fake credentials that got her fired. Screenshot everything. The FBI needs to see this. My phone buzzed with a text from Ashley. Emergency. Can you call me right now? I dialed immediately. Ciara, Emily just called me. She's completely unhinged. She's talking about disappearing, maybe leaving the country. What? She said the FBI contacted her, that she might be charged as an accessory. She's panicking. Where is she? I don't know, but she mentioned something about Bradley having connections in Canada. She might try to run. I immediately called Agent Chen. Agent Chen, this is Ciara Allen. I think Emily Ford might be planning to flee the country. We're already monitoring her movements. Don't worry, Miss Allen. She's not going anywhere. 20 minutes later, my doorbell rang. Emily stood on my porch, mascara streaked, hair dishevelled, looking like she hadn't slept in days. We need to talk. I don't think that's a good idea. Please, Ciara, 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking. Against my better judgment, I let her in. She collapsed onto my couch, the same spot where she'd held court at her birthday party just weeks ago. This has gone too far, she said. People are calling me a criminal. I lost my job. Bradley won't talk to me, and now the FBI wants to question me. Maybe you should have thought about consequences before you stole from me. I never meant for it to go this far. The money, the lies, it just snowballed. Snowballed? Emily, you've been systematically stealing from me for 2 years. It wasn't stealing. Your parents said it was okay. My parents didn't have the right to give away my inheritance. She started crying, ugly sobs that shook her whole body. I'm scared, Ciara. They're talking about criminal charges. I could go to prison. Then maybe you should get a lawyer instead of coming here. I can't afford a lawyer. I don't have any money. You had my money. I spent it. On what? Everything. The apartment, the clothes, the ring, the trips. I thought I was building a life. I thought if I looked successful enough, I'd become successful. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Emily, you built your entire life on stolen money and lies. What did you think would happen? I thought no one would ever find out. I thought you'd never fight back. Why? Because I was too weak, too pathetic? Because you never stood up for yourself before. You just took it, all of it. The dismissals, the comparisons, being treated like you didn't matter. I thought you'd keep taking it forever. Her honesty was brutal, but it was also liberating. Well, I'm done taking it. Please, Kiara, there has to be something we can work out, some way to fix this. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw not the golden child who'd tormented me for years, but a scared, desperate woman who'd finally run out of other people's money to spend. Emily, the only way to fix this is to tell the truth, all of it, to the FBI, to the investigators, to everyone. I can't. It would destroy what's left of my life. Your life was built on destroying mine. Maybe it's time for that to end. She stared at me for a long moment, then stood up. You're really going to let them send me to prison? I'm not sending you anywhere. Your choices are sending you there. She walked to the door, then turned back. This was never your family to begin with, she said, voice full of venom. You were always the outsider, the afterthought. At least now everyone knows it. I smiled and shut the door in her face. Then I poured myself a glass of champagne and sat in Grandma's chair, surrounded by the silence of my own home. For the first time in years, the quiet felt like peace instead of loneliness. My birthday wish had finally come true. The FBI meeting lasted 3 hours. Agent Martinez, not Chen thankfully, was thorough but kind, walking me through bank records and forged documents I'd never seen before. Your father created 17 fake investment accounts using stolen client information, she explained. The money moved through these accounts before ending up in your cousin's spending sprees. Very sophisticated operation. How long was this going on? At least 4 years, possibly longer. She slid a document across the table. We'll need you to testify when this goes to trial. What about Emily? She's cooperating now, gave us everything. Bank records, text messages, even recordings of conversations with your parents about the money transfers. Recordings? Apparently she was documenting things too, just in case she needed leverage later. Honour among thieves, as they say. The irony wasn't lost on me. Emily's paranoia had provided the final evidence needed to convict my parents. When I got home, Serena was waiting with champagne and a stack of mail. 3 more interview requests, 2 book deal inquiries, and this. She handed me an envelope with a law firm's return address. Inside was a cheque for $127,000, full restitution from the trust fund, plus interest and penalties. A note from Deacon explained that my parents had liquidated their retirement accounts to pay it back. They actually did it, I said, staring at the cheque. Probably hoping it would help with sentencing, Serena said. Speaking of which, look at this. She showed me her laptop. Local news was running a follow-up story. Family financial fraud case leads to federal charges. Dad's mugshot filled the screen. Mum's was next to it. Both looked older, smaller somehow. Truman Allen faces up to 20 years in federal prison for wire fraud and identity theft, the reporter announced. His wife, Michaela, has been charged as an accessory. Their daughter's viral video, which exposed the family's financial abuse, led to the investigation that uncovered the larger scheme. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Bradley. I wanted you to know I'm testifying against them too. Emily told me everything. I'm sorry for my part in this. You deserved better. I showed Serena the message. Are you going to respond? No point. It's over. The doorbell rang. Mrs. Henderson stood on the porch with a casserole dish and a warm smile. I thought you might be tired of reporters and lawyers, she said. Figured you could use some normal food from a normal neighbour. Thank you, that's really kind. Your grandmother used to make this same recipe. She'd be so proud of you, dear, standing up for yourself the way you did. I hope so. Oh, I know so. She used to tell me, that girl's got steel in her spine. Someday everyone's going to see it. Looks like someday arrived. After she left, I sat at my kitchen table with the casserole and my laptop, reading comments on the latest news article. This woman is a hero for exposing financial abuse. Hope her parents get the maximum sentence. Anyone know if she's writing a book? I'd buy it immediately. Update us. What happens next? What happens next? That was the question everyone kept asking. My phone rang. Rebecca from the podcast. Kiara, I have an offer for you. We want to create a whole series about financial abuse in families. You'd be the host, interviewing other survivors, providing resources and support. A whole series. Think about it. Your story resonated with millions of people. Imagine how many others are out there, dealing with the same thing, feeling alone and powerless. I'd be helping people. You already are. My inbox is flooded with messages from people who watched your video and finally found the courage to stand up to their own families. You started something important. After we hung up, I walked through the house, my house, thinking about Grandma Celeste. Her photos were back on the mantel where they belonged. Her chair sat by the window, worn but comfortable. I pulled out the letter she'd left me and read it again. Don't let them erase you anymore. Mission accomplished, Grandma. Serena found me there an hour later. So what's the verdict? Are you doing the podcast series? Yeah, I think I am. Good, you've got a gift for this. Turning pain into purpose. Is that what I did? That's exactly what you did. You took years of abuse and manipulation and turned it into justice. Not just for you, but for everyone watching. My phone buzzed with another message, this one from Ashley. Emily's moving back in with her parents. Apparently they're all broke now. Karma's a beautiful thing. I smiled and deleted the message without responding. The next morning I drove to Grandma Celeste's grave. The headstone was simple, elegant, just like she'd been. I placed a single rose on the granite and pulled out the original trust document, the one my parents had hidden from me. They gave me nothing but invented ways to take, I said aloud, so I gave them just enough rope to hang themselves. A breeze rustled the trees overhead, and for a moment I could swear I heard her laughing. I folded the document carefully and placed it under the rose, evidence of their betrayal, but also proof of her love. She'd protected me even from the grave, setting up the dominoes that would eventually fall in perfect sequence. Walking back to my car, I felt lighter than I had in years. The weight of their expectations, their dismissals, their casual cruelty, all of it was gone. My phone rang as I reached the parking lot. Another interview request, another opportunity to tell my story, to help someone else find their voice. I answered with a smile. This is Kiara. How can I help you? Because that's what this was really about. Not revenge, not even justice, but helping. Turning the worst thing that ever happened to me into the best thing I could do for others. Turns out karma doesn't knock. It slips in with a smile and asks, "Remember me?" And when it's your turn to answer, you better be ready. I was ready.